have a budget presentation, please.
All right, Teresa Fitch, Finance Director. Good morning.
Morning.
Mayor Pro Temp and Council. This morning we'll go over just a high overview of the city's budget. You'll see some things from our operating budget, which we won't discuss in detail today. Primarily today we'll talk about our capital improvement budget. On the first page here, you'll see the budget overview. We do go over this every year. This just kind of outlines exactly how the process starts, when it starts. This budget has been in the process since July. Starts with the departments, comes back to the finance department. We go through and put together a peer review board, which again is a group of our directors and other parties within the city, make some cuts within that area, and then we go to manager review. From there, we're at our hearing today. So it's a long process. We're 6 months in the making today. So what you see today is something that the departments and finance, city manager have been working on for about 6 months. Obviously, we have our hearing today. We will have another operating hearing February 12th. From 8:30 to 4:30. The wrap-up for both the CIP and the operating will be on the same day, the 23rd of February, from 8:30 to noon. And then on the 14th of March, the budget will come back for approval to council.
Please note on the wrap-up, that's a Wednesday.
Yes, that is a Wednesday.
What was the final of the two? What was that date?
The wrap-up?
March 14th.
Or the March 14th? Oh, the wrap-up is the 23rd. And then March 14th is when it comes back to council for final approval. But we'll make all of the technical changes and everything through the wrap-up process. So next, we typically will tell you what staff has identified as favorable and unfavorable impacts to the budget. So this year, unfortunately, we don't have as many favorable items as we would like. However, we did not see a change in our IPERS employer contributions, which was good. There was a reduction in the MFPRSI employer contribution requirements. So that was allowed for the city to have about a $500,000 savings. And then the local option sales tax increased about $870,000. So that does help our budget and or help some of the unfavorable areas. Unfavorably this year, we saw a huge increase in our general liability, property, and content insurance, almost $700,000. The Senate, as we know, the Senate file 619 eliminated the backfill to cities. So this year we have a reduction of the backfill of nearly about $460,000. We will continue to see that reduce for the next subsequent 3 years. So there will be a lot of reduction that occurs, and overall it'll be about a $2 million reduction to our budget once it's all phased out.
How many years is that going to take?
So grateful.
4.
Four?
Yep, 23 is the first year of the 4 years. Multi-residential and residential rollback. And just to kind of, we always talk about when we're here to a typical $100,000 resident, the impact. So we actually lost taxable value for the multi-residential of like $3,750 of each $100,000 that we could receive tax for. For the residentials, it was a reduction of $2,279. So there was a huge reduction based on that rollback this year. Additionally, we always talk about the subsidies in the city. We are still subsidizing the airport, transit, and the EFD, which is our events facilities area. I do want to point out that the events facilities, although we do have a subsidy, it has been a reduction of nearly $500,000 in the last 3 years. So that's a positive, yet we still do have a subsidy there.
Woo.
Yeah, I mean, it is a positive, yet
Gotcha,
I just
gotcha.
wanted to point out there is some positive there. The next slide here just, again, talks about the property tax state mandates, all the different rollbacks and the effects that have occurred over the years. As you can see, again, the residential went down, the multi-residential went down. You can see down here on the bottom, that's the phase out of the backfill. Again, you'll see where we go down, I guess it's about $1.8 million in totality, but every single year, this is what we will see, the impact to the budget. So next year will be double what it was this year. So this is a problem that will continue to be a problem, and once we hit 26 and beyond, this money will always be an issue that we'll have to fulfill within our budget somewhere. Hope, and you know, for us, the hope is that every year our tax values go up enough that we're able to sustain this reduction, but that's something we don't know of every year, so. The next slide here, we'll talk about the CIP projects. I just wanted to let you know where we are spending this CIP money. Largely, we're looking at streets and bridges and utilities. A huge infrastructure year for us, bigger than most years, partly because we did receive those American Rescue Funds that you'll see programmed in our CIP this year. A lot of them are in the infrastructure area. So that's a huge addition to our CIP this year. In the other areas, we do have economic development. We do have that an airport, industrial improvements down at the airport, and transportation, about $7.3 million. So those are the different areas that we're seeing the largest amounts of our CIP budget. And these are our funding sources. So like I just said, in the American Rescue Funds, the grant portion is increased about $26 million. So 47% of the CIP is funded by grants, which is huge.
So different from any other year.
It is huge. When you look at the numbers, our CIP, it looks like it's astronomically large, and it is a lot larger than it has been in years past, but that's because we have that large amount of extra
The external
grant funding.
funding source is also very large.
Yep.
What share of that is ARPA specifically, of the 47% of grants?
Well, 26 million of it is, and I don't know exactly the percentage of that total, but I would guess it's over half. The next slide just kind of highlights the largest projects you'll see in the CIP this year. And again, most of them, infrastructure projects, those are annual projects. A lot of those you'll see every single year. The wastewater treatment plant and utilities, again, those are ARPA funds that are increasing the expenditures in that area. But the only other item that you see here that is not an annual item is the aquatics comprehensive plan. Other than that, these are all annual items. So they're typical items that we see large amounts in for the CIP every year. This slide here talks about and overviews the property tax levy by fiscal year. This year, we are proposing a levy of $15.44. It is up from last year, though you can see that in previous years it's been much higher than that. With all of the challenges, we worked diligently to use fund balances and reduce the levy as much as we could, but unfortunately it does have a increase to the levy this year for a proposed.
That's just half the equation, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Best values, that throws me every year. Because we can reduce the levy or have an increase, but it depends on the assessed value of your property.
Right.
What your final taxes will be.
And with all of the rollbacks, even with an increased assessment to the property, we were still detrimental at this year. The impact to the tax levy, which I know you all received a memo this week regarding this. Right now, the proposal is the residential will be a $16 per $100,000 impact, and the commercial will be an $89 per $100,000 impact to residents. That's what's in the current proposed budget, which includes the CIP and the operating budget. Do you have any questions before we move forward?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Just to clarify. Because it was alarming when I first read this. The first year budget, the $99,757,627, a 24.51% increase over FY 2022. Did I see that percentage correctly?
Yes.
That's an increase of almost just under $. But what I wanted to tie in with that is the under the American Rescue Plan, we have the 7 projects. A total $26.5 million. That impacts that increase, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
In other words, the $26.5 million is like a grant, like you had in the 47%.
Correct. But
So if you back that, well, you can't back that out, though, because we'd still do some of those projects.
Yeah, it's still a programmed, we always talk about what we programmed, whether or not it's the funding sources come from all sorts of areas, so we don't back out anything from grants. So that's why, like I said, it does look like we have a significant increase, and we do, but that's because we have that large amount of grant increase, that revenue that offsets that.
Okay, and I think we should keep that in mind. The other significant feature of the American Rescue Plan funds, we have 4 sewer projects, 1 stormwater project, and 2 water projects.
Right.
Using those funds. And we're clear with the regulations, aren't we, that does qualify
Yeah.
for those projects?
Yep, we actually just did our first reporting to them. It's due the 31st, but Sarah submitted it early this year. And yeah, at this point, those items are all eligible.
The penalty, if they're not eligible, is the penalty still, and it's a huge penalty, but you have to pay it back,
Correct.
but probably with interest.
At this point, I would assume we haven't been told that, but none of our projects are even on the border of concern. These were all, what you're seeing here are all approved by SRL. So they've told us that anything that was previously approved by an SRL funding would be eligible. So we're confident that all of these items are eligible.
Okay, and then one final question, the $26.5 million American Rescue Plan funds, we received $20 million
Correct.
this year, another $20 million approximately a year later. Is that, so that part of that $6.5 million will be coming out of the second
Correct.
funding source, or the funding that will be paid to the city?
Right. So in the plan, it's just the programmed amount, not necessarily the cash amount. So though we haven't received the cash amount for that, we have programmed $26 million. So yes.
Well, I think our taxpayers should be really pleased that we're using the American Rescue funds in this regard. I mean, it's long needed. You pointed out in the write-up, and this still boggles my mind, on the aging of Sioux City streets. We have 420 miles of unpaved streets, 420 miles, and 678 miles of paved streets. And, 39% of our street system's over 75 years old. So no wonder we don't, we get all these calls about our streets are in bad shape. But we've made a lot of progress in the past few years, and we're going to continue to make that progress. So I'm glad to see that it's going into infrastructure. Others have commented from time to time, other taxpayers, citizens have commented saying, yeah, it should be nice to use those American Rescue Plan funds for something that's just more of it would be a temporary fix of things. This is going to be permanent, and it's long overdue. So I think we're spending those funds wisely for the tax.
Generational spending.
I agree.
Well, and our hands are very much so tied. You know what I mean? Like, you would want to use it for a pet project or whatever you think is the best use of those dollars, but we're pretty directed as far as.
Yeah.
But I agree, it's going to make a big impact. And Dan, I would echo your comment of how troubling it is not only to read the age of our streets, but also other infrastructure such as the water mains. I mean, gosh, it's no wonder we have crews that are working around the clock and really making sure that whenever we have those bursts. So.
And just keep in mind, it's the streets that are aging when they're 75 years old, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Are there any additional
I just had
questions?
one question.
Sure.
How much did you say we lost because of the rollback, that Senate file? How much was that?
$458,000 this year. In total, over the 4 years when it phases out, it'll be $1.8 million.
Not due to anything that's.
I wonder if we would have had that money, what that would have done to our levy.
Oh, if we'd have had the money, so that portion of it was about $7.50. So our levy would have been $9. That's what the proposed would have been. Would an increase 16. And the other portion of it is really attributed mostly to our increase in insurance.
The state legislature tied that all in with the mental health services, right?
Correct, yep.
Last year in 2021.
Yep, so
It's not
they've
like we
kind of
didn't fight
shifted that.
battle. We fought it, but And I think a lot of the cities did fight the battle, but
I was gonna say, but yeah, it's just frustrating that I don't think a lot of taxpayers understand all the nuance in the bills that we're passing in the last legislature and how it affects them. They think they're getting a win in state government, but then they understand that they're getting taxed more in their local municipalities because of that backfill elimination. A bill that, if you remember, the governor, who is still the governor now, and said she would fully support funding the backfill, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. So they've really just shifted that responsibility from the counties to the city. Once they've taken our monies away, that's where they're shifting the money to the mental health.
okay. And overall, I think staff has done an excellent job to present what they did to the mayor and the council for today's presentation. And I always go back to, every year I've gone back to where you stress the balanced, financially sound budget. And I think that's what we have before us. So thank you for your good work on that.
Thank you.
Now we'll proceed and get the rest of the story.
Perfect. Thank you.
And who calls that out? Is Teresa going to call those out, or Sarah?
First, we have the fire department with Chief Everett.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We had 3 active projects and we're down to 2. So project 15918, our fire apparatus replacement, was one of our active projects, and that's the one that we were able to push out. Our strategic plan had a program or a project in it where we wanted to look at replacing vehicles with a system other than just by age, because we know there's so many other factors that go into when you would replace a vehicle. So we had a team put together that got that done this year, and we were able to evaluate every single apparatus. And the ones that were up for replacement, we were able to push off a year each. So very happy that that happened, and we're going to have much better ways of assessing that in the future.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to hang on just a minute? Is there supposed to be a screen?
Crashed for a small month.
Oh, but this isn't put on the, we're
No.
putting the information.
No, we were just wanting to make sure we got you guys on the broadcast.
Nobody wants
I
that.
truly was asking for the screenshot of the numbers.
Yeah. Not a,
Okay, Chief, go ahead. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Sure. 15919 is our normal station budget where we do repairs and maintenance. This year, it's the largest it's been. If you recall from last year's budget and CIP process, you guys approved engineering money to take a look at Station 8 and design something that would be friendly to females out there. And so, actually, I've got pictures are always good, so if you want to look at what they came up with, we can do that. Sure. What this project does is it builds a women's locker room and separate bathrooms, builds an exercise room, which currently we're using a turnout gear locker as an exercise facility. It adds a small conference space, and it separates the bedroom. So those are all things that we needed to see done at this station. If you see the front picture, is the brick portion is our existing station. And what you see off to the right where it says Fire Station number 8, that is the addition part that they show in the rest of the pictures. Station 8 was initially built to be exactly, or designed to be exactly like our Station 7 in Leeds, exactly, a match. And what happened was through the budget process, it was scaled down. And what we ended up with was a very small station and one that doesn't work for females.
Well, it doesn't have the additional amenities to be inclusive, for sure.
It's pretty cave-like, so this is going to be very helpful.
Well, and Chief, this one was opened first and then remodeled as one of our oldest stations, right? 1984 is that?
Yep.
and Chief, if they only have one date beside them, that means they're still original.
I'm sorry.
On the list of the facilities on page 174, I had a question written to myself. If they're, like the one, station number 6.
Open versus remodeled.
Yeah, is that what that means?
So it's-
Open, and then if there's a number beside it, a year beside it, that's the year it was remodeled last?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking. I wrote myself a note there. So,
We've done a good job of keeping stations in good shape. They are all, including Station 8, in good shape. This one was just in need of some additional spaces.
right, but those dates are eye-opening.
Yeah. I mean, if we don't want to be replacing stations, we got to spend money to keep them. Any questions on Station 8 project? The next active project we have is 159032. That's our major response equipment fund, and that's how we get the tools and equipment that the firefighters and paramedics out there use to do their jobs, the more expensive stuff. This rotates each year between our fire division, our special ops division, and our EMS division. So every 3 years, they get a little infusion to replace fire hose, ropes, cots, stuff like that, whatever's needed for those divisions. And let's see, this year is, again, EMS, and there's several things on their list of things that need to be replaced, one of which is, I'll point out, training simulators. So a lot of our EMS training there's a lot of requirements for that. These new simulators do a lot of things. What's neat about that is, hopefully, we're working a deal right now with the University of Iowa hospitals to get one of 2 simulation buses for EMS training in the state of Iowa, and we would cover the western half of the state for training, and that would alleviate the need for us to buy the simulators so we could put the money towards some other things on their list.
Chief, can I have you speak a little bit closer to the microphone?
Sure. I've never had anybody say I don't have a big enough mouth.
That's very cool. And you handle a lot of training throughout Western Iowa. We handle all of Western Iowa for emergency response.
Yep. So this just fits with a lot of things we do anyway.
Yeah.
And we were looking into some simulation training programs in Lincoln, Nebraska, and they said, hey, get with the University of Iowa because they got something cooking, and we got with them, and they liked what we had going on, so they said, how about you guys take on one of these buses, and that could be pretty exciting. It saves us about $900,000 if we were to go spend all of it, so.
Questions for Chief Everett? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chief.
Oh, last thing I will provide, I'm sorry, I always do this, our 2022 performance addendum for our strategic plan, so just for you to look at.
That have the calendar.
I was going to be disappointed.
Thanks, man.
The next department is the Art Center. Todd Behrens.
Morning, Todd.
Project 339003, Art Center Capital Projects, page 80.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, next fiscal year, we have one project that we're requesting. This is our security camera system. A few years ago, during fiscal years 2019 and 20, we had a renovation project in the Art Center building following the construction of the Gilchrist Learning Center. Part of that project included some new security cameras for spaces that were newly made into public spaces. We did not do anything at that point to replace the security system itself. The installation of 8 new cameras did is heighten what we already knew, which was that the aging camera system from our 1997 building really wasn't doing the job that we needed. That is, the security cameras really is our primary method for securing the space and the artworks. So what we're requesting is a replacement of the remaining cameras. We have 23 analog cameras, like I said, from the 1997 construction of the building. The project would replace those 23 with 22 new cameras. Much of what we already have would be able to make use of. We still have our monitor system. Much of our cabling is already in place. So The total of 50,000 covers the 22 cameras and the installation expenses associated with that.
Okay, any questions for Todd?
Yeah, could you tell us about some of the issues you've had to face with the aging cameras? I know that there was an incident that you were telling me about with a small child and a piece of artwork that could have
Right.
gone rather bad.
Yeah, we have a couple of cameras that are functioning and not functioning. It's a day-to-day situation, but we had an incident last summer in which a child ran into a pedestal, knocked a piece off of the pedestal, which was broken. We sent the video, as we were processing the insurance claim, sent the video to risk assessment, and the risk manager asked if I had put some unusual lighting on that artwork because of the lack of clarity in the video. And basically saying you should really upgrade your security system. So this was actually about 2 months before we put in this request.
The only thing I was going to ask, and I think you said it and I missed it, is this for the Gilchrist Learning Center and the Art Center?
Oh, no, I didn't clarify that. So this is, most of these cameras are going inside the Art Center. There are a few additional cameras going outside, but I don't believe that any of these are going inside the Gilchrist. I think that space was covered when it was constructed with
So it
new
has-
cameras.
It has the updated camera.
Yes.
The other building, just
Correct.
inside and outside, you said?
Yes, I believe it's 22 cameras,
Yep.
5 exterior and 17 interior.
Thank you.
Just a fun question here. For the average show, so not regional artists, not locally owned permanent collection, what would you say our liability of artwork would be?
Oh, that's a good question.
Just ballpark, just for fun.
Ballpark, the bigger shows can get, I'm trying to think. For the most part, it's maybe $500,000 or so. Yeah,
Small chunk of change.
right.
That helps put things in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Next up, we have WIC IT, John Malloy.
You got it easy today,
Project 8,
right?
Project 859006, WIC Info Service Upgrade, page 472.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council,
How are you getting along without me, John?
it's been difficult, most days, but
Run them over the coals.
Yeah.
Good morning.
good morning. The items that are targeted in fiscal year 2023, no, it's okay. 2023 are APs, or access points. Those are the devices that allow the wireless communications throughout the facilities, all local government facilities. We have about 120 to 130 access points throughout the enterprise. And depending on our strategy, depending on what type of electronics it is, it's usually a 3 to 5 year window or 5 to 7 year window. And these are actually approaching 10 years as far as age. There hasn't been a compelling reason to move to a new platform. The management of these systems now pushes us over the goal line as far as doing that. Our backup storage, we're going to approach a new method of backing up with sort of a hodgepodge of what we got going now. That's the way things evolve over time. So we're going to, again, take a different approach how we back up a lot of our enterprise storage as well. And the last significant item for the city is our legacy systems. All of our financials and our real estate runs for the city runs on we call our I-Series or AS400 platform. And that, again, that technology, we were usually on a 3 to 5 year window, and we're actually approaching 7 on that platform as well. So it's time to do that. So,
For John, for Councilmember O'Kane's benefit, could you just briefly explain the county-city share of those items? Because that totals $900,000, but the city's share is $152,000, correct?
correct. Typically, whatever's in our back room or our data center, those items, electronically wise, are shared by the city and the county, 50-50 split. You see in the APs, the city has, it's approximately 2/3, 1/3. There's 70 or 80 APs for the city, and there's probably 40 or 50 for the county. So there's a proportional. The two large ticket items you see addressed in this, they're placeholders. Our generator is located in the current LEC, so that provides our backup power. The LEC is going away here in the next couple of years, is my understanding. So the county needs to address that. But again, that's a placeholder for that, and that is their item. So that's why that big ticket item is there. And then we're also putting a placeholder for the networking components for the new law enforcement center on the edge of town. Great question.
Questions for John?
I have a lot of questions, but nothing anybody wants to hear. What protocols are those APs running, and how did you get an AP to last 10 years? I have to replace, like, wireless networking equipment every 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean,
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we can improve the firmware on those devices. Again, when you say protocols, as far as which, the AB or the ABC or the, honestly, I don't know where we are at in that spectrum. I know we are not behind the curve.
Okay.
Just the improvements in that technology has not exceeded what we as business users, or at least we've heard from our internal customers that we need. So
are these going to be like for like, or are we looking to kind of extend range? Or are we looking to broaden the map? Are we looking to kind of broaden the map as far as like the APs that we're looking at? Are we looking for, are these going to be like for like? In other words, are you the APs that you're upgrading, are they going to be similar? Are they going to be the same type, same brand, same cost? Or are we looking to kind of get ahead of the curve?
we'll do that assessment, whether we have HP Arubas in place right now.
Okay.
And we'll do that assessment when that time comes. Again, there needs to be a compelling reason to move to a different platform. Don't know if that exists. I know how we can manage those. We can increase the efficiency in how we manage that, because they're broken up into segments, and we have to address each segment right now. And our understanding is with the new platform, we can address them all at one time, which is a time savings for my administrators. So, yep.
Okay, thank you, John.
Next up is the WIC Communications Center, Glenn Sedevy. Project 859043, annual fiber optics.
Glenn.
Page 466.
Council, Glenn Sedevy Communication Center. We have a fiber optics committee that oversees our fiber optic project. The projects being presented today are the priorities of the committee. First one is South Lakeport, Sergeant Road to Singing Hills Water Tower Road to complete the Morningside Ring. This past year, we built fiber optic from Gordon Drive down to Grayson Park Cemetery. Current budget, we're going to complete building that out from the cemetery down to the intersection at the mall. And this project is to continue that project down to the Singing Hills Water Tower to complete a ring, because you always want to try to have fiber optic rings in case one gets cut. The data continues to process. So that's the Lakeport project. We want to build to the Explorers baseball field from the Cone Park facility. We have fiber to the Cone Park facility. We want to take that over to the IVP ice rink, and then over to the Explorers baseball field. So those are two projects that we want to get completed. And and because the current LAC is going to be removed in the next year or two, we have to relocate some fiber optics from the courthouse that actually currently go under the street to the LEC and pass through the LEC. So we got to reroute that fiber because that's one of our major fiber connections to Hamilton Boulevard from the city network, it passes through the basement of the LEC. So we got to relocate that prior to the building being demolished. So that's the final project.
We have to keep Trosper Hoyt on there though too, right? Doesn't that go up to Trosper Hoyt?
No,
Currently?
it actually goes through the basement and goes up to 7th Street and then goes to Wesley Way and then out to Hamilton.
Oh, okay, all right.
So we have I think it's 144 strands that we have to relocate. So it's a huge piece of fiber that we've got to get removed.
Anything else,
Good.
Glenn? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Glenn.
Next up is events facilities. First project is 379010, Tyson Event Center remodeling and repair, page 156,
Modeling of what?
and repair.
Oh, page.
Tim?
Good morning,
Morning, guys.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Good to see you all this morning. So we have a handful of projects here, most notably a new sound system upgrade, long overdue at the Tyson Event Center. We've put it off for a couple years just to focus on less exciting projects, but more important ones, you know, for the infrastructure and back of house type categories. So we are ready to go forward with this project. We have $400,000 budgeted for it. We've done a lot of homework and research on this and facilities of various sizes and scopes. I think worth pointing out is a couple years ago, this was a placeholder at $30,000, which was a little bit of an off prediction. So we have $400,000 there. We are very confident we can get a stellar system inside of that budget. In addition to that, we have a remodel of our production area where all this stuff is housed right now. It's in a suite kind of in the corner. In the past, I do want to point out, unfortunately, Mayor's not here with us. In the past, we talked about moving that room to another location. That location that was kind of discussed historically doesn't work. We vetted it. It doesn't work for a lot of reasons. It would basically be a total build out. You know, there's a whole list of reasons. Long term, there could be an opportunity to move it maybe to another suite in like a corner, a different corner. There could be a way to build out. But for now, without significant time and investment, this is our best strategy to go with. So we want to invest some funds to remodel the room, to build it out nicer, to make it more functional space. The new video boards and LED ribbons and such that the council provided in the past, they require a lot more equipment and items to operate. So we need to really redo that room. The next item is a POS system. This is your cash register system in the venue, tracking inventory, being able to accept gift cards. Right now, we're a hodgepodge of stuff in the venue. Some places have cash registers that are like old school. Some have some credit card units. Some don't. So we really put it together. This day and age, obviously, most everything's credit card. Certainly want to have an inventory process. It'll be easy to change and alter items and pricing and follow inventory. I'm sure our restaurant owners here understand the importance of that.
You can put labor in there as well.
Yep, labor, everything, yep. So our food and beverage side is certainly in desperate need of that. And then just two quick items. One's just a small item, $20,000 for some stage pieces. Stage just gets old. There's a lot of them, so it's just a little bit of a reload on some items. And then the VFD replacement, I had to learn a little bit more about what that was, but that's probably the most important thing on this list. It powers all of our motors on our chillers and our HVAC units and everything in the facility. Everything related that has a motor, that's what this controls.
Is that like a generator?
It is what sends the current on how quickly that motor is supposed to run at that certain time.
Oh,
So they are,
all time.
yes. So they're not the most luxurious ones, but they really help with our energy and cost management because you don't want to have a motor run at 100% when it can 25% and be suffice. So and a lot of these have been like wearing down over the past, was it 18 years now that the building's been open, so.
Okay, sounds good. And Tim, thanks for pointing that out about the $30,000 estimate, because my question, I was thinking, has COVID-19 caused that increase by
Must have been a magic number that
1,000%?
someone-
Well, it should have been 300, I think, probably historically, and maybe somebody left off a zero. But
Questions?
Just a couple. One thing that I would just point out is I am excited about the sound upgrade. I think you look at the ribbon board and some of the things that we did with that and just the improved experience. Sometimes it doesn't seem like, when you see it just in a proposal, it doesn't scream to you, oh my gosh, this is going to increase the customer experience or really add that inherent value. But then you see it, and it really does. I mean, as far as our advertisers, as far as everything else in overall experience, I think you see that bang for that buck. But I also think when you go to a venue like this, you want to have that overall immersion with the sound and everything and the visuals. So I hope that it can continue that momentum and just give customers the best experience that we can in our venue. One thing that I wanted to touch on, and I don't know if you'll have this answer, or I don't want to put Mike on the spot, but I know I've talked to him about it in the past. With the LED lights, that's just kind of the replacement for what we were looking at inside the venue, if I'm not mistaken, because at one point in time we were looking at the whole LED project, and I was talking about kind of some exterior lighting and the possibility of doing that, whether it was like ribbon lighting or something on the outside of the building. I know that was going to be outside of that scope. Is there any money of that available, or was this solely for the replacement of the interior?
are you looking at the other list?
I'm looking at this fiscal year.
This current fiscal year.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, in order to do exterior LED lighting on the Tyson, you're looking at well over a six-figure investment. So what we've been doing here on these line items is we chip away at the interior of the venue.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, there's a ton of fixtures.
Just
So we're
updating
we're hitting like the lobby, and then we're hitting like a zone of the hallway, maybe a suite level hallway, things of that sort. So we keep chipping away at getting those LEDs for sustainability and such. To do something on the exterior, it's a lot. I mean,
Could
give you
that
an
be done
idea.
in phases, though, too? Chip away at it like one side and then this way and then that way?
It
Break
could
up?
be, yeah. I mean, we probably have to look at what an artistic viewpoint is on that. I could give you an example. I mean, not exact comparison, but we have a football stadium in the company, and they spend $1 million on their exterior LED lighting effects, and it looks pretty like a line. I mean, it's not like a Christmas display. It doesn't look like $1 million, but that's what these things cost. So artistically, to your point, perhaps. But do we go halfway and stop, and then it looks like we have the other side's broken?
Well, that's why you have a designer that teaches you how to do that.
Yes, I
Right.
agree. I agree.
I just think it's worth the investment, or at least looking at. And I'm not saying that it's on you guys now or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that. I just know that we had talked about it previously, and I know I talked with Mike about even the uplighting on City Hall.
Yeah.
And I think that we see the impact that some of these lighting projects have on neighboring facilities. I mean, you look at the Commerce Building and the Warrior of what they've been able to do. I just think we want to showcase our properties, is my point, is you have this amazing architecture of City Hall, and then you have the Tyson. I mean, you have all those architectural curves and everything else. I just want to make sure that we're showing it off. And I mean, long lines too. That's a pretty historic structure. So just thinking kind of more long-term. But I knew this was probably just for the replacement, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page with you 100%. We'd love to have it. It's just hard to figure out a way to
budget,
knock something else off a list for that, right?
Totally.
So if that were to come from another category, what have you, or long-term,
Yep.
yeah, it would be fantastic. Yeah, you're right. It would be gorgeous. We'd love to do it.
Especially just with the visibility from the interstate. I'm always just disappointed when you drive by and the parking lot is absolutely full, but then the building is kind of dark. You know what I mean? Like there isn't the...
Yeah, we got those nice little towers you can light up. And
Exactly. And they used to be lit, right? Am I incorrect in that?
Yes, you are correct.
I was going to say that you...
But the design and how to replace those fixtures and stuff like that was not the best.
Maybe that's the jumping off point, is getting those towers up there. Those. Maybe that's a great starting point.
Because I actually didn't know that, and I saw on a photo one time, like an old photo of them lit up, and it just changes the vibe. And I mean, I understand you guys are doing that on the interior. I just want to make sure that people see that energy on the exterior.
That's a good point, because when the Sioux City Journal from time to time will show, photos from yesteryear.
Right.
Yeah.
And you look at them and you think, oh, so that's what that street could look like, or that's what that building. But by the same token, too, you've weathered the pandemic storm about as good as anybody, by the way.
Thank you.
It's been tough, and I don't know if we
Still
acknowledge
is.
that enough, but it's
Thank you.
very, very. Thank you for doing that as well. Anything else?
Appreciate it, guys.
I don't want to undersell what you've done on the interior. When I was there visiting, it is a very welcoming place. I mean, we've got breweries, we've got experiences for people, and it really feels like coming home, which I appreciate. So,
Ribbon,
One that makes that happen.
yeah, those ribbon boards were really super. That was
We've been talking about a corner bar for a long, long time, and you guys made it happen. So, and just the fact that it's a local brewery is all the better.
Project
The mayor
379013,
after would have a comment, yeah.
Annual Tyson Event Center, maintenance improvement, page 158.
Oh, the other page?
You just missed the good part.
Time that any better.
Which one are we on? I'm sorry.
This,
Sorry, page 158, Annual Tyson Event Center.
Hang on just a minute, Tim.
This other fund is a fund that's derived from our facility fee dollars, so I think that's worth pointing out. These are funds that on every ticket we collect and they get set aside into an account. So there's always a balance there, and then based on that balance, we prioritize lists of smaller items that need done around the facility. So as you can see here, pretty straightforward. A little bit of camera upgrades, similar conversation, just keeping up, chipping away, focusing on high priority areas, adding coverages to areas that we don't currently have. Chairs and chair carts, again, just aging stuff, chipping away. If you're going to replace the whole thing, you're looking at probably $250,000 to $300,000. So if we do a little bit, here and there, it helps us maintain a certain level of quality. We're adding a scissor lift, carpet cleaner, and then, of course, some ice decking. Same concept. Just this is more of a chip away, so we don't get stunned and need a $300,000 investment. That's what the majority is.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Morning, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning.
And good morning, the rest of the councilmen. So, I'm here to present the renovation for the convention center. So based on the feedback from some of our clients and some of the prospect visitor that we have, and we got a lot of great feedback. And one of the things in the business, we always want to hear our client feedback. A couple of things that we heard a lot is they love the facility, they love the space. However, some of the decor seem like a little bit outdated, a little bit dreary and dark, and doesn't seem like a little bit tiring compared to some other facility that's surrounding our areas. So some of the business being diverted into some other hotels and conference center and so on. So that's one of the things is that as we continue to try to generate additional business into the convention center, especially with the brand new digital signage that we're going to have right now in the process of installing. We're excited about it, and also it's time for us to really bring the convention center in those meeting rooms up to date, and also being a little bit more warm, especially for wedding party, conferences, events, and so on. So that's the reason why that we're proposing to have the renovation for those meeting rooms from meeting room 1 to 10. In addition to that, there are air handlers that is above the meeting rooms. Those you cannot access them unless you really open up the ceilings. So based on the engineer stand recommendation, since we do the renovation, it's just wiser for us to open up the roof. While we open up the roof, might as well just go ahead and do all the inspection. If we need to make a replacement, we can do it at the same time. Instead of wait till the renovation is completed, then go back later on and say, oh, there's a unit being broken, now you have to tear up the entire ceiling. So,
just so we're clear too, thinking about which meeting rooms we're talking about, it's basically all of those outside of the large convention center space, right? All of those that are behind and around the staircase on that
correct.
West end.
Yes, correct.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Next up is the airport, Mike Collette. The first project is 749084, Annual Airport Capital Projects, page 74.
Good morning. Just a couple comments on the airport in that I'll take any questions. But in general, with the infrastructure bill, the airport will get an additional $1,030,000 a year for the next 5 years towards capital projects. The FAA is not even sure quite how that gets funneled down to airports yet. They're still working through a process for that. But anything in excess of our entitlements, which is $1 million a year, is a competitive base. So anything is discretionary. So we work with the FAA ahead of time and have to put in detailed data sheets on what these projects represent because they score them at the regional level. So we've tried to order these things as projects what we know that they have buy-in on as well. And those are the list upcoming for this next year. That isn't a lot of pavement for this next year because we've done a lot of pavement and have a big project for this summer coming up in the FY22 budget. So it's some ancillary things as far as snow equipment and, the blower in particular. We already have a tentative approval on that one from the FAA. That's replacing a 1980s version piece of equipment. So some of these things cost a lot of money, $800,000, $1 million, but we keep them for maybe 30 years at the same time.
Why would you owe RS&H $1 million yet?
I think that's probably built into the runway project that hasn't been done yet.
What do they get a year from us?
Depends on the project.
I know that. I'm smart enough to know that. I'm just
anywhere from 10 to 15%. Anywhere from 10 to 15% of a project.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mike, you're showing on the page 75, the 90-10, and the 100%, and the 50-50.
Right.
Those are that's the 10%.
We are the 10%. That's our match.
Match is $1,200,000. Any other questions for Mike?
Next up is transit, again, Mike Collette. Project 739020, Annual Transit Capital Projects, page 360.
So for FY23, anything significant, we'll put in a state grant for the 80/20 for the MLK cooling tower. Getting about 20 years old, and that's the advice based on the condition it is now for Stan to plan for that replacement. So we'll try and get 80% of that paid for. The big project that we kind of have out there right now that we have a grant in currently on is the maintenance garage that we should hear in February if we're successful. With the infrastructure bill as well, they'll turn around right in March and release another round of grants for those type of facilities. So if we're not successful on this round, then it'll be open again right away for us to apply again.
What did we apply for? Sorry, I was reading.
For a maintenance garage for transit.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
So the 80/20 is just what we've secured so far?
That's actually what we've applied for.
What we've applied for?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so FTA would pay for 80% of that project. Successful.
Okay.
Project 739021, Replacement of Transit Rolling Stock, page 362.
So this is as the buses and revenue generating equipment ages out, we have to plan for these things through the local TIP process and the state STIP process. It has to be programmed in. So when funding's available, we can't get funded unless it's part of the plan. So we basically list out vehicles that are eligible due to age, and if funding comes, then we purchase those vehicles. We have received grant notice on 2 of those vehicles for the FY22 plan at this point that we will get funded for.
Any questions for Mike? Okay.
Administrative Services, again, Mike Collette.
Thanks, Mike.
Keep it up, Mike. Thanks.
Project 889001, Annual City Building Repair, page 66.
So the LED project Alex was talking about, lights, just a little bit ago with the Tyson Event Center. So LED project is currently underway in City Hall. If you haven't noticed, on the first floor, they've partially done some of those things. It's noticeably different. And there's some dimming capabilities as well, so it's going to turn out really nice. And, you know, through the peer review committee process, we actually had some tough decisions, and the staff put the City Hall outside lighting in 2024 as a placeholder to do that project. Just with everything else and what finance they balanced, that's kind of where it ended up. So it's not in the current budget being proposed. What is being...
We're on 66?
66. What is being proposed for 23 is to start on replacing and maintaining wall coverings throughout City Hall. They need some help, and it may not take this full, you know, $250,000 a year to do that, but we'd like to start with $250,000 and take out bids and see where we're at. I think we will propose doing some paint on certain floors versus wallpaper, but still keep wallpaper in the areas that the public sees on a regular basis as well, on council chambers, 5th floor, 2nd floor, those kind of things.
I was noting the other day walking down halls that it was tough to find a hall in City Hall that didn't have a rip in the wallpaper held up with tapes.
It's
Maybe the wallpaper's not doing us favors.
Right.
No, past council had the vision of rebuilding City Hall, and I was here in town when we went through that process, watching it from the outside going on, and it was just great vision on the part of that council to build.
3 of us.
Pardon?
Of 3 of us. 4 maybe.
3, 2,
4 of you that,
Yeah, didn't go 5-0.
oh, okay. This is a prior council. I wasn't on the council. Mayor was on the council. But just the exterior, all of it was just done with first class. And so what I'm getting at is I'm glad we're maintaining the facility both outside and inside.
And the outside lighting, you know, we thought maybe we'd be able to fit it in, but it came in, as Tim said, with the Tyson, it came in more than we thought it would if you're going to do something on the outside to do it justice as well.
Isn't the exterior, isn't it the stone? That's reused, isn't it?
All of it on this.
Yeah, parts of the facade are original to the original building.
Right, and they took it.
As are a lot of the woodwork. Some of it's been recreated, but pieces of the woodwork are original.
Backside, they went to someplace in Indiana and got some
Yeah.
limestone and that side.
I think this is a good time to point out, I just want to compliment Stan LaFave and all his staff. If you look around this building, you'd mentioned the wallpaper. That wallpaper, though, is original to the building. This carpet here is original to the construction of the building. Still in fairly good shape. We've replaced carpet a lot of places and done a lot of things, but I think it's a testament to Stan and his staff that this building is in the shape that it's in. If you look at the first floor lobby, I'm not sure how many times we've refinished it, but it is holding its own very well.
The other thing it's a testament to, don't buy low bid.
Exactly.
Buy a quality carpet.
Right.
Save you. Marty, you on the council when we voted for this, or were you on the council when we moved in?
When we voted on it.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I was gonna say 4 to 1.
You just wanted to point that out.
He wants to go on the record. Marty is on the
If
record.
the one guy got his way, we'd have a glorified strip mall out front.
Oh, no.
No, it's just beautiful.
Well, Mike, I appreciate the update on the downlighting. I just think whether it's grant funding or looking at other opportunities, I just think that it showcases the city in a very positive way. It's showcasing with the work that was done. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not lighting it up, if you're not showing it off, people aren't maybe taking as much notice as they otherwise would. And when you have this type of structure, exactly like what I was pointing out, there was a reason that they did that on the Commerce building and on the Warrior of uplighting, is because you want to showcase your building at night and see the architecture as well as you can in the day. And so if we just look for those type of things, I think that it really makes it a statement piece.
Good.
Okay.
Remember the clock tower was in horrible shape, leaning, and they didn't take it down. They saved it in place.
Was that a consideration, taking it down?
But they thought they might have to start over because of the way we did, but it wasn't not connected to the existing building like it isn't now, so.
So many people just call this whole building the clock tower.
Yeah.
You know, when I say, where are we meeting, clock tower? Rather than City Hall. Not the leaning clock tower.
We could have been famous for that.
We could have been.
Project 889003, annual city roof maintenance and replacement, page 67.
Yeah, that's basically a placeholder for anything that comes up over the year citywide for roofs, so all facilities. So nothing planned. Again, Stan's done a pretty good job, I think, through last year of getting to all facilities and replacing those roofs. Now, we had a hailstorm that kind of helped out with that a couple of years ago as well. But even before that, he systematically makes his way through the facilities, and now we're to the point where we're maintaining.
Thank you, Mike.
Project 889012, annual field services facilities maintenance, page 68.
So, and Marty can speak to this too, where we're at in this process. So a year ago when we were at CIP, council wanted us to look at other options, and we've done that throughout the year. We sent out the appraisal. A lot of work and negotiations and discussions have been done with another site throughout the year. We've done some environmental work, did the appraisal, and I guess we would like to get council's opinion and feedback on wanting to move forward with negotiating for a land site to put these new future facilities on, specifically utilities first, and move forward with that process. So because utilities needs to happen sooner than later.
Mike, as long as it doesn't delay the process, I would be fully supportive of pursuing that site.
I don't believe it would delay the project at this point. We would probably not construct for a year now, just because of where we're at, and so we'd start grading. You know, we'd negotiate this price, and if we could work out a deal, otherwise we would go back to the headed park site if we can't negotiate a deal for this site.
I don't know what the prices will be like for construction, do we?
Right.
It's time.
This site, I will say, is zoned industrial versus the headed is zoned business park, so we maybe not have to do exactly the enhancements we'd have to do in the headed site as well.
I must say, and I might be criticized by some for saying this because maybe I don't have all the facts, but we were looking at headed.
We were.
Relocating headed, and I was excited about that because I thought, and my kids played at headed. I mean, I grew up myself at headed as far as maturing, but it could use some improvements. And so I thought, oh, if we relocate, maybe we'll have a really better facility and more improved. So we'll still have that to deal with.
We will.
But I'm getting from you that this is a better site.
This would be a better site long-term for city facilities and access larger. And I think the dollars spent on any land acquisition is significantly, hopefully less than what would be to move those ballparks as well. We can still put some money in enhance, probably headed, and still be ahead even after a purchase.
I know you're doing this, and I know you're aware of it, but I just want to remind everyone, put safety first for this existing facility that we have, so no one will.
And just to let council know, so twice a year, we have engineers still look at that after the piers were put in that building, and it's still safe. The last report we got was in November. It's moved an inch in 4 years, and the engineers still say that's a safe structure currently, even though we're planning to move out of there.
Have you done bore samples all over the other site yet?
We have done bore samples in the area that they indicated needed them, and it appears the building is not an issue over there. There's a few edges to the south and west that were maybe part of the flood plain at one time.
Right, that were identified by our environmental consultant that might be worth looking at, and
It's
so
the
we
edges of
drilled
the
those.
property,
We
though.
drilled those. Yeah, it's more on the edge.
Not where any construction, any buildings would have.
We could plan away from
Right.
areas, yeah.
I would just add, I think the site we're looking at is, there's not a lot of available industrial land that's centrally located. So that has that good character. To me, it depends on the price, but it's a good location, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we keep moving?
Mayor, we're slotted for a break, but we're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. Do you guys want to move on to Parks and Rec?
I would like to.
Okay. We'll move on to the Parks and Rec Department.
I have to be somewhere at 8 o'clock tonight.
Matt Salvatore. The first project is Project 459005, Annual Athletic Maintenance, page 196.
196?
196.
Morning, Mayor and Council. We got about, overall, we got about 21 projects to go through, so overall, I'll probably just keep quiet and answer any questions you have, but first one is...
On this project, I do want to point out that this project is eligible for use of the ARPA funds. So staff has looked at this project and determined, and with working with Matt, we know the ball fields have always wanted an additional amount of funds from year to year. We've determined that that a $10,000 mark for each ball field would be a good lump sum of funds that they could do something significant with. We would suggest that we bring this back to wrap up and adjust the amount that each ball field gets by up to $10,000. That would reduce our GO bonds, and we would use the ARPA funds for that.
I didn't know that this would fit.
Sounds good.
One thing I'd like to add is we will be coming back. I think we sent out a council memo.
I haven't sent it out yet,
Haven't sent it yet.
I was
We will be
waiting for
coming
this.
back to amend the resolution that you approved that did the initial allocation to, one, reflect some money that we're going to propose giving to some of the nonprofits in town, this group being one of them, and then also some recommended adjustments to provide more infrastructure money for affordable housing development.
Well, let me just ask this, so we have to know how those funds are going to be spent, don't we, if they're connected with the...
No, if it's under $50,000, it's open for us. So we are not required to report back what the funds are spent on. Based on the guidance that we just got from the final rule, we are not required to get receipts or anything from them.
Before distributing the money?
If each entity is under 50?
Correct.
Right.
Before distributing any money, we would request a work plan from each association before.
Yes, we did. Matt and I discussed that we would request that they have a work plan, so we know what they're doing with it.
I was going to say,
Excellent.
I trust your team, Matt. I just really work with them to make sure that it's the best use of those funds. And we're looking at, Dan pointed out earlier, we want to make sure we're making a significant investment that's going to last into the future rather than just maybe something cosmetic and temporary or something. We want to make sure these are long-term improvements.
Yeah, we'll work within the current parameters that we use for
So 3 instead of 3?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm all for that, but make sure, these guys never understand.
Project.
It's a one-time deal.
Yes.
Yep.
They have memory lapses on this. I don't care if they're sitting here, they do all
We
the
will
time.
communicate that.
Well, and I know there might be some that are disappointed. I know some were probably going to show up around 10, but we're moving ahead of schedule. But if you can just at least
Yeah, they will be very pleased with that number.
Good investment for our youth.
Yes, I agree.
It really is.
And I think especially within the past couple of years, we've relied very heavily on our outdoor spaces, and it's good to know that is going to be a good investment for our future too.
Exactly right, Matthew. Okay.
Next project, 459039, tennis, pickleball, basketball court replacement, page 200.
Okay, Matthew.
Are we putting in a new pickleball court?
No, we just have a retaining wall identified in FY24 for Lee Kirk.
24, okay. Next.
Project 459040, park signage, page 203.
Good there, okay.
Project 459041, Cone Park, page 204.
Just a quick question back on that signage. Where are you as far as, have most of them been updated to the new style?
Every single park has been updated. We have trail and EMS is the only thing left.
Okay.
And aquatic centers.
Thank you.
Except for Hubbard's got painted on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to call the crew to get that removed.
205?
Is that all cleaned up? Or
we
have to
called
get
it in on Thursday. I don't know
Oh,
if
okay.
the paint shop got to it yet.
No, okay.
Now we're on to the Cone Park project.
Yes.
Yep, this would be to move forward with our mountain bike park project and the summer tubing.
Been a lot of good publicity on that, Matt.
Yes, the mountain bike park project's been very well received. Also getting a lot of comments about the summer tubing.
About what?
The summer tubing.
Summer tubing.
We have
That will be a sellout.
We have a
all the time.
slide in our lodge with just upcoming, and people are really excited about it.
What about that other deal that you wanted?
The zip line. That's, the mayor and I want that.
Oh, it's you two.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Matt hasn't been a big fan of it, or we.
We're focusing
Matt
on
was
this right
getting
now, and we
behind
can
it.
talk
It
about
would've
that, I
been
guess,
done.
another day.
I know. We're still on the
Thanks for
honeymoon,
bringing that
Matt.
up, Dan. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Matt, let's get that
He
programmed
wonders
in.
why the honeymoon ended with me a long time ago, right there.
Whatever you want, Matt. Next project.
Project 459055, Annual IBP Ice Center Maintenance, page 206.
Another investment for our youth.
Where are we at on their addition?
That's a couple pages from now. I'll give you an update.
Okay.
Next one.
Project 459058, Emerald Ash Borer, page 209.
I have this one marked. Why do I have this one marked? 209.
Good morning,
Kelly,
Mayor,
got some
Council.
info?
Morning.
Kelly Bach, Parks Maintenance Field Supervisor. EAB, we continue to monitor for its arrival here in Sioux City. We have seen signs that it could be, but we have not identified anything that has been positive. So this year, it was a good year. We planted a lot of different diverse trees within our park systems and open spaces. Ginkgos. Why I say it's not that good. Buckeyes, oak, London plane trees, and a variety of others, sycamore also. We did have a higher year of removals, just because we were very dry this year. We were able to divert staff from the mowing duties that they have and concentrate on getting ahead on the removals. We are also looking to use this funding this year for contract removals for strictly ash trees. We'd probably be concentrating in the Midtown near north side as a start. We've seen the most decline in the ash trees in that area. So we'd be looking at that, identifying the area, sending out bids for contract, and having those removed. Now, as those areas are removed, we've had a canopy loss. Right now, the Iowa DNR and Arbor Day Foundation do have an Iowa EAB recovery plan, at which you can apply for this grant. It's either for funding, for planting the trees back yourself, or for a tree distribution, similar to what we did with Mid-America and Iowa DNR previously, but this would be handled through us. So I will be applying for that, looking at a distribution in the fall. You can request between 50 and 500 trees. We'll probably start small and work our way into it, and hopefully they continue this program for us and apply for it. Replace those street trees that are lost. So,
Kelly, do you have a plan to get that word out? And you're saying the property owners can apply for that?
we apply for it, and then they are eligible to come to us at a tree distribution date and pick up a free tree to plant on their property.
All we have to do is ask for it?
It would be for those that have had ash trees removed from their property.
How big around are those trees?
They are in 5 to 7 gallon pots, so they are fairly small, probably a little smaller than we've had previously in tree distribution, but there is no cost to the homeowner at that point. The tree distributions we've done previously, they were in the 25 to 30, I believe they were $25 a piece investment at that point, so that's something we're
Would
gonna
you remind us of
aggressively-
that? Would you remind us of that, as get the word out, but also come to council and just remind us from time to time that we have that program?
Sure.
Please.
I will try to pursue this grant as vigorously as we can.
Yeah, that's
so that we
terrific.
cure it, and then we don't have to expend any of our funds.
Kelly, my big thing, man, is just the success rate. I know we're putting a lot into the ground. I just drove by the Riverfront the other day and was thinking about it, all that we're planting. I just think about their success rate. I really worry about drought, especially with very little snow on the ground right now. I worry about how dry we're going to be in the spring, especially with the plantings that we did right towards the end of the fall. I hope your staff and team is ready to do that because, I don't want those efforts to be for naught. You know what I mean? We make a significant investment. I know I talked to you about downtown and stuff a lot, but especially on that riverfront, you're going to get high visibility and I can't imagine the soil is all that great right there. So I just worry, and I want your team, I think you guys are doing a great job of trying to offset any losses of things that we're taking out and obviously diversify what we're planting. But just the need for water and continue to think creatively of how we're going to get these things growing and replace that tree is going to be top of mind.
Is there a sprinkler system down there?
No, we usually just go by truck and water each tree. We did a couple waterings last fall. Your deciduous trees would be okay. We watered them in, and they, freeze. Your conifers keep bringing in water all year round, so you have a little more difficulty with those. But we didn't plant very many conifers last fall, mostly the deciduous trees. So yes, we plan on continuing to water. We do have a good success rate with our tree plantings since we've gone larger, except for human and wildlife damage. It has been the biggest factor. Deer rubs just tearing them apart. So now you'll start seeing 3 T-posts with wire around them. It's not for anything else except to keep the rubbing away from the trees.
The other thing, and I brought this up to Matt, and I know you guys were looking into it, were those bags that we can put on those new trees. You remember I talked to you about that? I started seeing a lot of those in other communities, especially in their downtowns where, you probably have easier runoff. Things are just going on the sidewalk rather than all in that dirt. I hope we'll continue to look into those and maybe utilize those. I don't know. I'm sure your team has thought about it, but I saw that being used and I thought, gosh, if that's a way to prolong the water that does fall when it finally does.
We mulch all of our trees, and even from personal experience, where we live now was a cornfield, and I planted a lot of little trees, mulched them in. The rest of the yard, you couldn't put a shovel through it. It was that dry, but you'd reach down, get under the mulch, and you could still make a mud ball. So that's a testament to mulching correctly. You don't want to pile it up against a tree, but if you mulch correctly, it will hold any moisture you put on it. So even if you only water every 10 days, which is, pretty much correct on a new tree, 7 to 10 days, it'll hold that moisture longer than anywhere else.
And do we still, I know we talked about this with some of the trees we're taking out, do we mulch them? Are we getting some use out of that? Because I know we talked about it with parks and everything like that, of being able to use it. And even we said mountain biking trails and some of that too.
The promenade and all of the expo that has new mulch, we made it.
Yeah.
Aw, that's
So
great.
it gets reused all the time.
So we're also looking to see if we can get some of these wood chips certified so that we could use them in our playgrounds, but it's a bit of a process and lengthy. So that's still on my radar for this winter to work on that also. But wherever we can, we've been reusing, and the whole southern portion of the expo, the new parking lot, that was all chips that we made.
Cool.
Great.
Excellent.
Should you find yourself in excess of chips, there is Chip Drop is a program that's run online. I signed up for it about a year ago, and there's 2 other residents in Sioux City that have been waiting on a chip drop. So if there's any excess wood chips, that could be a source for offloading some of them rather than just them ending up in the dump or something.
Actually, our chips never make it that far. We'll use them on the trails. And we do have a pickups point that citizens can come and get chips from us. I keep that full. So it hasn't been overly utilized, but it is there available. It's outside of our fence, just a little indentation in our fence. You can come shovel a pickup load in if you wanted. If it gets small, we just bring some more out and put it in. But we do use quite a few chips within our own system, so we're not having a problem getting rid of them. It's just,
Maybe that it's just unknown that they can do that.
yeah, I mean, I get a call occasionally. We have repeat customers such as Mary Tralia House usually calls once a year, and they'll want a full truckload. So when we get a full truck from chipping, we'll just back up and deliver to them, so.
Wood chips by Kelly. Next project.
Project 459059, IBP Ice Center Enhancement, page 210.
All right, several updates on this project. This project, the Siouxland Youth Hockey has been working with FEH to design the locker room expansion project. The design is complete. The total estimated cost for the project is $1,445,000. To date, they have received $859,220 in pledges, of which they have $546,000 in the bank. So if the $300K that's proposed here is approved, their gap would be $286,000, of which they are willing to get a bridge loan for the gap to keep the project moving forward.
You'd have to look, it is a city facility.
Yeah, it will become a city asset after the project's complete. True.
I can look into it.
Well, I mean, you could put 50 and say,
Okay.
you know.
Want to bring that back for wrap-up once we've had an opportunity to look at it?
I think that's a good idea.
And see what you have.
So if approved, they want to do an adopt already on February 28th, which is prior to the budget being approved. So it depends on how you feel about that, because they want to have the project complete by November 1st. And I'm sure we'll also have to put together a quick agreement with Siouxland Youth Hockey to fund the project.
What do they want to do by the?
Adopt the plans and specs already.
Adopt, oh.
Yeah.
Or CIP wrap-up.
Yeah, we can talk about it then.
Mm-hmm.
They can spend their money first.
Yep, we can. As long as you don't see any adjustments in the project, or anticipate any.
Are they affected by the pandemic with the prices of everything going up and?
I'm sure they are, yeah.
Supplies being short?
I'm sure they have been.
Okay, next.
Project 459102, Long Lines Family Rec Center, page 212.
No, this would be, several improvements have been made there. This would be the last one that we've identified. Painting's way overdue.
Okay.
Project.
Are we?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I just haven't seen any renderings or what you're thinking. Are you thinking just kind of redoing what is done? Have you thought about any other color schemes or theming or anything? And the only reason I ask, right, is just because I saw the absolute difference that can make from a different color of paint. I mean, seriously, go to Morningside's gym, and it's a testament to that. You know, it was very much the neutrals of what a gymnasium was back in the day, and now they really themed it to be more, you know, it's the grays and maroons and stuff like that. I just think that we really have an opportunity with the momentum that we're seeing in Long Lines right now, that if you make it a little more modern and get away from some of those neutrals, you can change the whole environment of a facility, and I think it's really worth taking that step to, rather than just say, hey, we're going to paint it that same beige and whatever.
Yeah. The ceiling has got lots of staining, so that would continue to be white. We haven't picked a color scheme yet, but that would be a part of the pre-construction meeting to discuss that and what paint's available. So we haven't identified anything yet, but we will keep it as warm as possible in there.
But the color of paint won't affect really the budget much, unless the crazy design's put in. But I think that design element really makes a difference. I agree.
Similar to what you did with the Siouxland Expo Center.
Made it modern and cool.
I just think, yeah, if there's a way to brand it and update it, and I think you have a real opportunity there, and I just would hate to just...
There's a lot of green, like army green in there that will be going away.
That's good.
Yeah.
Because I never imagined that paint could just change the overall environment of something like the gymnasium, and I saw that that's what happened at Morningside.
Especially when it's your school colors.
Well, and it's just, it makes you way more proud of the facility.
You're fired up
and
down
I'm
there,
telling
Matthew.
you that the cost of paint versus remodeling entire gymnasium is drop in the bucket.
Okay, next.
Project 459136, Riverfront Recreational Upgrades, page 214.
Actually, no more requests here, so project's fully funded and Phase 2 construction will be hot and heavy in the spring.
Excellent.
You gotta be pumped
Okay.
about that, man.
Yes.
We've got irrigation ready to go in, right? Or is
Yeah,
the
the
irrigation
the main area that's going to be irrigated is the event lawn.
Project 459140, Annual Parks Road Lots Trail Improvements, page 216.
Where are you gonna seal coat? You even know what that is? Your engineers don't ever like seal coat, so I'm just amazed that you guys figured out how to do it. Where are you gonna seal coat?
I'm gonna try, most likely,
Where?
Floyd Trail. We have some repairs there,
Yeah.
an asphalt trail.
Yeah, good spot, yeah.
I'm gonna try Bacon Creek Park. And we're
Those are
gonna,
asphalt trails, right? Yeah.
correct, and we're going to try Floyd Cemetery. They're all low-speed areas. I grew up with it, 7 years working as a seasonal. Little different process than anybody's used to around here, but we'll fall back on the old.
There's two guys here real close that do it, though.
Yankton.
Yeah, top coat.
And
road guy.
Road guy out of Road guys Yankton, top coats out of Fort Dodge. And I've had contact with the road guys rep that's out of where I grew up.
Right. Well, good. I hope it works out. Maybe you can talk these engineers around here into looking at something new and not really new, but that does prolong the life of the roads a lot for a fraction of the cost of an overlay.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Project 459179, Annual Swimming Pool Maintenance, page 220.
Kelly gets an attaboy for that, because remember, I've been asking about seal coat for.
know.
That's a big attaboy for you, Kelly. I want you to know that.
Well, and this will be a great test to see how it works in our climate.
Trail, it'll work great. It goes,
Does
in,
it?
seals all the cracks, puts a new aggregate down.
Is it just super,
For an
like
asphalt
half-inch
trail, it'll
thick?
work great.
How thick is that, Kelly?
Oh, that's just, they
Just a
spray
little
oil.
paper-thin spray?
They spray oil and they put real fine cut red rock.
There's generally you spray over top, like Bob said, and then you'll use 3/8, either pea gravel or quartzite works a lot better. And
Yeah, go
cover
with
it. So you'll have a coating.
Did you just hear that? He said, go with the quartzite.
He knows what he's saying. He just
Yeah. We, back in the dark ages when I was still working, you know, a long time ago, in the 80s, when I was doing it, we used pea gravel. Now they've converted to the 3/8 quartzite because it bites in and binds better, so it gives you a better wear surface and doesn't roll off.
So we're going to use that instead of asphalt, or it's asphalt now, and then we're gonna do.
Asphalt now.
Top coat over it.
It's not a
the same emulsion as your asphalt. It's just you spray coat it and you put a fine layer of rock down, and all it does is seals all the cracks.
So water doesn't get in it and heave
So
it.
it stops the deterioration of the asphalt. But when some people in their driveways, they put that emulsion down just to save it. It's basically the same principle, only a little bit more high-end oil in it.
Well, the only reason I asked Kelly, and I haven't done this in a while or been out there in a while, but I used to skateboard or longboard, and then I've had people in my life that have rollerbladed. You can't really do that on that, right? With the P-Rock or with that. On an asphalt you can, but on the.
You'll never know the difference.
Oh, really?
Every road in
Pretty
South
smooth.
Dakota, every country road in South Dakota has been at one time or another has had that put.
Because it goes more smooth, or it
Yeah.
at least levels out.
It can. It'll
They
have a
don't-
little
they
rougher
spray it,
surface.
they don't roll it.
It's like painting it.
Yeah, just
spray it
paint
on.
That's all they're
Yep.
doing.
I just want to make sure whatever mode of transportation or exercise they're doing, that it doesn't impair that.
What's the upkeep schedule on that? Like, how often does that have to be reapplied or resprayed?
It really depends on the amount of traffic on the roads.
So like low speed, mostly foot traffic and bikes. Would
You're
you
gonna
say
get 10 years easily.
10 year? Oh,
I would say, is that what Brockman told you?
I have not talked to them, just from
What'd the road guy say?
doing it and prior, way back family history. Yeah, you can get 5 to 10 years out of it.
Yeah, you can get 5 years easily.
And
road.
you can roughly, just rough, you can do a mile at 22 feet wide. You're going to be in that $25,000 range, maybe.
Do they actually have a machine to do trails, either one of them?
I don't think so. I may end up doing that, hiring that one sprayed, and then I have the chip body that I can put on one of our trucks.
I bet they probably, one of those guys probably.
If they can neck down, but usually they use either the wide chip spreader, the self-propelled.
Yeah, but I bet they can shut that off, I would bet.
You can. It's just that the Floyd Trail drops off, so that wide of a machine, they may have difficulties driving it. But that's something I need to talk to them about.
They'll both come to town. I know those two guys. They go all over the Midwest for work.
Project 459180, annual park improvements, page 222.
Yep. We got to go to 4591.
Yeah, any questions on 179?
Swimming pool
Oh.
maintenance,
Sorry, we went back.
page 220. Right? That's our next one. Anything, Matt?
This is the least amount we've requested for pools since I've been here, so we're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, that's great that it's kind of caught itself up now.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Well, it didn't catch itself up, we caught it up.
Under 459180, oh, I'm sorry, we skipped that one. Yeah, 180, sorry, page 222. Annual park improvements.
They're from Hubbard. They're from Hubbard, I know.
Yeah.
Let's do this one and then just take our break at, our 10 o'clock break for 10:50.
We got like 3 pages left if you want to keep going.
But let's just do the 3 pages and we'll come back.
Oh, I thought you had all of these that were listed here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think there's about 6 or 7, but I don't know how much comment there will be.
Okay, so what page are we on?
222.
22, okay.
What's mini pitch?
That's like, you know, that futsal thing that we had out at Leif Erikson? We got, you don't remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this would be to do another one, the other $50,000 coming from that program.
Oh, okay.
That's funded, so
And
we're gonna
what's
do
the
one more,
Normandy
this is
Park
matching funds, and they will fund the rest, it's about 6-figure investment.
What's the Normandy Park purchase?
So that is this is to purchase property to do a new park on the north side. So we're calling it Normandy Park because it's right behind Casey's on Hamilton, the parking lot right now. I've talked about this before.
You have.
Yeah, so this would be to purchase the property.
I think he still wants.
Well, my daughter thanks you.
Project 459212, annual Lewis and Clark park improvements, page 224.
Seat replacement.
Looking at about 820 seats.
Okay, let's fill them.
Project 459214, aquatics comprehensive plan, page 226.
The big one here would be to move forward with possibly another splash pad in Sioux City on the north side. A bunch of neighbors surrounding the Headington Park neighborhood put together a petition last year online. They got 392 signatures. They reached out to several of you as well. They also came to Park Board on July 7th and
In
the
Leeds?
park, Headington Park,
Huh?
yeah.
That's in Leeds.
by Briarcliff.
By Briarcliff?
Oh, by Briar Cliff.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Very nice park.
Yep.
The park board was supportive of the idea as well, and they approved unanimously at their July 7th meeting. This would also include a bathroom. We try to do bathrooms at all of our splash pads. We've done a lot of these, and this is the most requested thing that we get in our parks. I think after we do this one, I think we're going to be sitting good for splash pads, and I wouldn't recommend doing any more. So this could potentially be our last one unless the situation calls for it.
And you got a lot of space there.
Yes.
Do you ever think they're going to be as popular as they are? I mean, I know
Everybody told you they wouldn't be, don't you?
I was gonna say they were calling
I know
for your
Matt.
head.
I knew Matt knew they were going to be popular, but I mean, they just have really have been popular.
And this one makes sense. There's no true north side location with a splash pad, so this would fulfill that need.
All right.
Not replacing a pool, which makes it more acceptable to others who want
Correct.
to
Are you
preserve
just
the
gonna
pools.
take some of the green space probably?
Yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with that, it's,
How many acres is that, do you remember?
I don't know how many acres, it's a big park.
It's a big
2
park.
blocks by 2 blocks, basically.
Yeah.
I believe
Okay.
it's almost a full city block. It
Right.
borders
It's
Rebecca,
large.
Isabella,
Yeah,
Third
block
First,
city.
and Luna. So you have a lot of,
Really big, yeah.
you're not
That's
going to
cool.
notice a splash pad being put in as encroaching on anything else that's functioning in that park.
Project 459302, City Trails, page 229.
Done 9 trail connections over the last 8 years. We only have 4 left in the book, so we are getting to the end here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Project 459317, Big Sioux Crossing, page 230.
This would be just to continue with the feasibility and design of that project.
Okay. Thank you.
Project 459319, Highway 12 Trail, page 232.
This is just for the construction engineering inspection on that project, which will start April 1st.
Very good.
Mile and a quarter.
Okay, next.
Project 459321, Plywood Trail, Floyd Connector, page 234.
I am very excited to get started with this one. This would connect the Riverfront Trail to the Floyd Trail and then extend the Sioux City's portion of the Plywood Trail to the city limits. So this has been combined into one project. You use one engineer and there's permitting for both. We could construct it in phases, but we would get the design going right away.
Good.
I still think, I've talked to you about this, but I still think there's such an opportunity to try to eventually connect Okoboji to Council Bluffs.
Yeah, and Council Bluffs. Yeah, I think the Plywood Trails have those discussions with the other communities.
I just think with the expansive trail system up in the lakes area I think that's something that would set the west side of the state apart, because the eastern side, you have it connected all over. It's just gonna take a huge effort, I guess.
That much good things come from Okoboji, that'd be the only thing we gotta watch a little bit.
Yeah.
I only know of one good thing.
Okay.
Project 569001, Cemetery Improvement and Rehab, page 238.
Would just be to continue the road overlay efforts.
Thanks for doing that, Matt and Kelly. A lot of our citizens go to the cemeteries, visit loved ones. Okay, next.
Project 663238, Reinvestment District, Siouxland Expo, page 239.
This is just to continue to approve funding for the facility.
All right.
Talk about a great project.
Yes.
It's gonna be one of them I'm most proud to have been a part of.
Yes, Mr. Padmore.
Project 719011, Annual Median Enhancements, page 242.
We're going to work off our cash there that we have, and then don't have a whole lot requested the next couple of years.
Matt, before we take our break, do you want to go back to the ballparks?
Yeah, you want to let Hubbard know what was discussed? Hubbard Park is here.
Give you an update. We've covered that item, and Matt, can you give an update what we
Yeah, so the
discussed?
proposal right now is to look into COVID relief funding and fund each ballpark up to $10,000.
Yeah.
So that will get brought back at the wrap-up meeting. Yeah.
We talked, do you want to come to the podium, please, for a second?
Pete, you still have signs, do you have an attorney that's up on that sign? You still have, you have place for an attorney, don't you yet?
Where's my card? Here. What we did,
If you can get $400 out of him, you can sell anything you want on that ballpark.
Hello, I'm Pete Sandman. I don't know if you guys know me. I'm
Address?
of the Sioux City Fast Pitch Softball Association.
What's your address?
Can you give us your address?
My working address or home address?
Either one.
Either.
Home address 2133 Heights Avenue.
Perfect.
Sioux City 51104.
One thing we did discuss on that item is working with you to get a work plan.
They've got one. They've already shown it. They've got it.
Well, I assume, yeah, but I mean, we're going to ask everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been working with these guys. They got a massive work plan. It's kind of exciting for me because we concentrate a lot of times on young males. This is actually going to be a women's fast pitch league when they get done.
I hope.
And Pete will tell you the story. The two pitchers in the Olympics were 38 and 39, so women can play the game for an awfully long time, and they don't have an outlet really for that right now. So these guys are picking that up.
Well, the thing is, at Hubbard, they always had men's fast pitch. Obviously, I pitched up there since I was a kid, okay? And I drove by there, and it's like, well, this place is going to hell, literally, and the weeds are bad. And I'm like, we got to do something. So I don't want to start a men's league because there's no men's pitchers. But women's is a different story because you have a never-ending influx of talent of kids that are retired at like 24, okay? And like he said, well, in the Olympics this year, there's two starting pitchers for Japan and the U.S. were 38 and 39 respectively. So these kids can pitch for a long time. I pitched myself when I was in my 40s. But anyway, they have nowhere to play, okay? This seems to be a common thread around not just here in the Midwest, but around the nation. There's not a lot of places where women go play after their college experience is done. There's really no pro leagues or anything, but not to say some of them don't want to play, okay? And a lot of them that want to play are forced to play slow pitch, okay? So, for example, I had a call from a lady in Watertown, South Dakota. She had gotten word about this league. She says, well, my daughter goes to DMW or whatever in Mitchell, okay? Wesleyan, yeah. She says she wants to play fast pitch in the summer, and she's forced to play slow pitch, and frankly, it's screwing up her game.
Right.
Well, I don't know what to tell you about that. But anyway, so my idea is I'm calling it the Siouxland Women's Fast Pitch because I'd like to have 3 states participate, Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota. Okay, we can bring in teams from wherever. But I know the guy, or I met the guy I was up at the Sanford golf tournament, and I met the head coach for the Little League team that was on the Nationals, on TV. Their team was there, so I went up there and talked to him about possibly getting a women's team, fast pitch, to come down to Sioux City and play, and he was interested, okay? So if I would make that connection, a girl like her could act if that team come down. But in our area, I called up, what's his name, from Akron, okay, the head coach, Todd Colt, who is retired, but look how many state champions they've had out of Akron. I said, where's all your pitchers that are retired and done with college and stuff like that? He said, well, most of them are having kids and stuff. I said, perfect. Bring them up to the park. Because if you bring those kids to the park and those girls start pitching up there and these kids see their parents pitching and stuff like that, you never know. You might have another kid that gets out of this area. Would it improve the quality of our high school ball around here? Possibly, okay, but my goal would be to have some kid from this area go on to play for the national teams like I did, okay? It's not something that happens, but these kids come from nowhere, okay, because I played with the USA and I travel with the women, and they're all from small towns somewhere else. There's some from San Francisco, big towns and stuff. And to that point, if we can fix up this ballpark, which is a gem in Sioux City, okay, everybody knows it. They know where that park is, and like I say, if we fix that thing up, they'll come. And like I told Bob, well, I talked to my catcher who caught me in the Pan Am games in Cuba, Ken Erickson. Well, Ken Erickson is also the head coach of the USA national women's team. So it's like, Ken, we'd sure like to see the red, white, and blue come through Sioux City.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's like, we're always looking for small towns to go play in because they travel all summer. You know, as you can see, the girls play softball with their colleges, and they get these girls and travel around the U.S. and kind of do tryouts. So when they come to town, they stay for a couple days, you know, and they do workouts and practices and play games and the whole thing. But like I say, we can get some good stuff going in here. And I got under Bob's skin because I said, what about Iowa, where they played basketball last night? He looks at me, I know, Sanford Center,
Don't
the
start me on
Pentagon.
that. I've called the ADs, I'm the one guy that doesn't.
So I said, here's the thing. I said, we'd like to get something like that, but we could do a softball, you know, maybe in the springtime.
They don't return my phone calls anymore, Pete.
I told you I got him good. But anyway, so I said, we could get something like that going in Sioux City where maybe in the spring, you know, they have some kind of a Division I tournament come up here and have ESPNU put it on TV and stuff like that, you know. So our goals are high, but it started with this. I just wanted to get a women's fast pitch league.
Right.
And, but there's no reason during the summer where all the high school kids are playing. They play all summer in Iowa. They could come up there and play. East could play Heelan, whatever. In the spring, we could actually have Briarcliff play. You know, Morningside in the spring. We're ready to go in April, you know. But just stuff like that, various events will help us sell the signs. Because like I say, I've sold 38 signs, okay? Well, I'd like to put some butts in the seats, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is the people that are buying the signs, you know, I can go through them all. I got a wide variety of people, but they're not really looking to make money, you know. They're more like, we just want to help this park get going, okay? And we want to get it off its feet. We want to be part of it. And so that thing's going to light up. Like I say, first thing I did was have the garage roof done, okay? Well, the reason was so people drive by, they know something's going on. It's like, wait a minute. Next thing you know, we cleaned out the garage. Okay, Delbert and I picked up all the trash. Okay, now we're working on the press box. We want to get all the stuff inside, so in the spring we can start doing the outside. Okay, we've had contractor check stuff out. I feel like we're pretty organized, okay, but it's the old Iowa thing. If you build it, they will come, okay, and if we build a park like this, you drive by Grandview Park and look at that, you're like, wow, what a place. It's like, oh yeah, it's right around the corner. Check out this little ballpark Sioux City has. You'll drive around there, those stands are painted, the building's painted, the parking lot's done. Like I said, I'd like to put a little backstop on the plateau, some playground area for kids to, because back in the day, you used to be able to drive down there and have lunch, you know, sit at the picnic table. But during games,
Splash pad or something.
Yeah.
you could you're splashing away, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, when games are going on, if we can get that other side terrace, the left field line, like the right field line, it would just like a beautiful ballpark. But people can sit on the plateau.
Absolutely.
And you can see kids playing down here. They got parking over here. You got the stands here. You might even terrace it so you could have social distancing and people could plant their butts on the terraces with blankets and stuff.
Yeah.
And like I say, a little backstop on the plateau so kids can play some ball, you know, because we're not parking up there unless we have to. And my next teams are going to play could warm up there and stuff like that. But it would be very.
I was going to say, it seems like you're almost passionate about this.
Yes, very. I grew up.
You know,
there.
You sold us.
and your networking has paid off because it seems like the stars are lining up for you.
Well, yeah.
With the networking
it's
you've
about
been doing.
timing.
So, thank you.
Everything's about timing.
Thank you.
I think it's a good time. Thank you for your time, Joe.
Okay, break time.
Break time.
We'll break for about 15 minutes and we'll come
About
back.
10:30. How about that?
Yep, 10:30, that'll work.
10:30.
That would make it more.
We're good. Okay, moving on.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Economic Development,
In the next couple, get a council,
Marty Doherty.
their report.
Okay.
They do
With that.
recommend
We went outside
Just
for.
wait a minute.
But we can try.
to.
We'll wait for Marty. Unless you want to do Jeff first.
So Delbert, you're a fraternity brother of?
Okay.
Right, next up, Economic Development, Marty Doherty. The first project is Project 663-122, Floyd Valley Redevelopment, page 108.
Morning, Marty.
Morning.
I'd rather pick.
This is an example of a few projects in here where we have some money we shifted to 24, or we split between 24 and 25.
Page you on, buddy?
108.
All right.
I just had a. No, you're okay. All I was gonna ask, I just made a note to myself, because I know you said you're pushing it, right? We're pushing it by a year, is that right?
In a number of these, working with Teresa in finance, we split money over a couple of years, or we pushed them back a year. Some of them are opportunity acquisition type things, and so, as long as there's some money there in the next couple of years, it usually works out.
Okay, because I was just thinking that, I didn't know if what the vision was for that, but I had just made notes that it's like, gosh, it seems like we really need to probably capitalize on some of the momentum that we have in that area.
Right.
Like, I'd rather strike while the iron's hot, because really we want to hopefully get that land from the DOT. Mid-American is going to be moving. You know what I mean? Like, there are some stars aligning in that area. I want to make sure that we're poised for growth and development down there.
Yes.
So as long as this allows us to do it, I'm not saying we need to.
We're continuing to explore those opportunities, and as they come, things come along, we should be in good shape.
Project 663-150, Speculative Building Development, page 110.
This one was bid out last year, you might remember, and we decided to hold off because of the high prices of materials, and we've been watching the materials again, and so far we haven't had much movement. So we're going to kind of wait and see what. Talking to the mayor about it the other day, he maybe see how the hangar project comes in with bids, and because that's a very similar kind of building and construction, and see how that goes. So we're ready to go ahead with this. We have the funds, we have the design. It's just with the cost of materials, kind of.
What do you think that would be, the overage would be then? Like, going to be an extra 50% or?
Well, that's what came in last.
20 or 30%.
It was 30% over, and it's probably not going to be any less.
We'll
Keep asking Daryl about it.
Pretty good idea when we built that.
Daryl's got a pretty good handle on these things, and it hasn't really gone down much, right?
Project 663-164, Business Park Tech Studies, page 114.
They're just the kind of studies we're doing all the time in the Southbridge area and also in the airport expedition area as well.
Project 663-197, Downtown Development, page 116.
Similar kind of opportunity acquisition funding. So,
what's this for?
I was going to say, I actually wondered if you could describe a little bit more of directive of what this is for, like what it's open for. I just want to make sure that we have cohesive direction to get real return on the investment.
Right. So we've had, there's growing developer interest, maybe I would say, in downtown, and this is, the idea here was to have some funds to help put together some sites. And I think we'll see more, more development, residential development and other types of things in downtown. And, this is not a lot of money, but it would help us if we need to.
It's just available to incentivize is the thought, or what? Yeah.
Or to assemble a site, or maybe add a site, add additional land to a site, that type of thing.
If we had to assist in acquiring some property, is that what you mean?
Yeah, for example, but gives us a little flexibility. This is really, there's another downtown project in here, downtown redevelopment, that's tied to a facade program. So this is really the only funds we have in the downtown to work with, other than, of course, you know, TIF in general. You can always do a TIF project if you have and a lot of times that's what happens, is that it's driven by the rehab of, you know, take like the Badger building or something where we're basically doing they're rehabbing the building, we're basically doing rebate of taxes, so for the most part, which you wouldn't need to show.
I haven't talked to Steve for a while. How's he doing over here on the Benson building?
Good.
They're working
moving
in
along,
there?
yep.
Okay, good.
I can get you an update on that, but yeah, they're moving along.
Good.
Continue to partner with downtown partners too on assembling of parcels.
Sure. Absolutely, yeah.
Project 663198, Northern Valley Crossing Development, page 119.
This is really, the funds in this project, the already allocated funds and additional funds are tied to the 2 stormwater ponds. We're adding the stormwater pond on the south end, and a lot of that will be reimbursed from private, or the part that the city's paying for will be reimbursed when we sell the lots.
Project 663301, Downtown Redevelopment, page 124.
That's the one we mentioned before, that's a facade-based program that we spread out over 2 years. And this was pushed back last couple of years, I think. So it makes it similar to the other facade programs that we have, we'll discuss in a few minutes here, in Leeds and Riverside and so on.
They were like over 5 years. Always got to give the downtown more than you give the neighborhood. Never have, never will. Why would they be any different?
Some of them don't take advantage, is it? Capitalize.
You put this 200,000 in downtown Sioux City, I guarantee you it will be gone the first round.
No, I meant the other ones.
Yes,
Well,
they're getting
I guess-
$200,000 a year too. They're actually getting it for longer. They're getting it for 5 years, where downtown only has the 2 years programmed.
Because you already had Pearl Street and everywhere else.
I think that's why.
So they're trying to balance
It's
that.
not less, yeah.
The per project costs are similar, though, the amount
Yeah.
you can get per project.
So you're not having success in the neighborhoods giving the money away? You did in Morningside, right?
Yeah.
No, I think we are, yeah.
Yeah.
That's coming
Oh,
up
I thought
here
you
in the
said
next.
They weren't.
No, I just wanted to make sure they were. I didn't know. I haven't heard about Riverside or Leeds. I knew
Morningside,
about
there were more
Morningside.
requests than there were
Oh, a
funds.
lot more.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be updated on that here in a couple minutes, right? So that's under here.
Project.
The only thing that, if I can jump, the only thing that I would request, I did this last CIP when we did these different neighborhood ones and wasn't really taken up on it. The only thing I would say is I really hope that we try to have a cohesive, whether it's a neighborhood meeting and just talk about, because sometimes neighbors want to talk about what their neighbors are doing and what's going on. I just really think we should have that conversation, because in
They have
Morningside, yeah, in
They did
Morningside at least,
Yeah, they did that.
I know they benefited from that of just bouncing.
Yeah, I think that's taking place in all of the area.
Mm-hmm. They shared a similar plan.
Yeah, because the more we can try to have the branding and identity of kind of the neighborhoods, I think.
I think you get momentum going and people talk, and then, you know, you're going to do your building, maybe I'll do my building.
Exactly.
Project
On
six.
the other side of that, of course, is someone that wants to be unique and not like everybody else. So you got to keep that, you got to keep an open mind on those as well.
Project 663305, Northside Industrial Development, page 126.
That was shifted to 24 as well. But, you know, we've got a lot going on out there, and we've been asked a number of times about you know, why don't we have sites on the north side for development? And so we have projects we're working on.
Project 663306, CBD Slum and Blight, page 128.
And we've talked about this, I think, was reduced from 500 to 250 and then spread out over several years, I think, right, Teresa? I think we did. So, but we've had some discussions, council, about that.
Project 663310, Boys and Girls Home Court Street, page 132.
Yeah, I think the 90,000 there is from the EPA grant that we received. We're now eligible to start using the $300,000 EPA grant, and 90 of it was allocated to the Boys and Girls Home, and that's underway. I mean, that should be underway very soon. I know they just had a couple of meetings. Renee and Jill are working on that, and they're going to start the process of evaluating the buildings there, the old hospital.
Yeah, if I
and
understand
the
it.
area.
Yep. And talking with Art.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That they're aware that there's been some discovery in the past years with some mercury or some things like that in the soil, but.
They're going to take a pretty thorough look at all.
Yes.
See what the options are going forward.
Right. We need a cost as what it would cost to abate that property.
Yeah.
It's really the elephant in the room. I think there's been some bids taken or received on what it would cost to get it shovel-ready in the future if it wanted to be redeveloped as something else, but never a cost on what it costs to clear the land and make it usable.
So I think they're going to look at all those options. I think this is a great first step to do some evaluation of buildings like that can often have a lot of issues. I know some were remediated by the Boys and Girls Home when they moved in.
Mm-hmm.
But, this will be a thorough look at the site and the buildings.
Right. This is a nearly 16-acre site.
It's a big site.
It is.
That's where it gets difficult.
It does.
Really, because if it comes in at a really high
big price
dollar
tag.
figure, yes.
Right.
Then it's at a standstill, unless you can do it in phases.
This is what the 90,000 will tell us.
Yes.
Project 663311, Southeast Development, page 134.
Yep. The next two, the Southeast Development and the Southern Hills Commercial, both were moved back a year and then split between 2 years. Lots of different kinds of opportunities out there, and both, fast-growing areas and areas that there's great interest in.
Project 663312, Southern Hills Commercial, page 136.
Again, same thing, yeah.
On 136, is that where we're at?
Yep. Six 63370, Commercial and Business Signage, page 138.
And address that.
This is the entryway sign project. Currently, we have the $200,000 in FY24. That's actually for the Riverside proposed location. But the current status, just to give you a brief overview, is the location at the base of the Sergeant Floyd Monument. We went with architects last spring and bid it out. The one bid that we received was $125,000 over budget. We were directed at that time to bid it out at a later date, which we would be approaching here shortly. It'll be about a year, but obviously with construction costs not coming down, there is some fear that any bids that would come in would be over again. So kind of looking for some direction here if this is a project that you want to continue to pursue.
And I'm guessing that that this has turned out to be a bigger project than what you might have thought originally, that, the entryway sign should be pretty easy to do. And I might have been part of that discussion where, at least the last design I saw, it just didn't seem to have any pep or any positive energy to it. It was just real flat. And I hate to do that to you because you spend a lot of time on it. We spent a lot of time on having the money designing it, but it just didn't have. It just had Sioux City. I don't even think it had welcome, did it?
It was an option to put welcome to.
But an option.
Yeah.
Welcome. So I apologize if I've bogged that down for you, and it's turned out to be more work than you had anticipated. But I probably get more comments from citizens about that than a lot of other issues that have been before us. Isn't that interesting too? So I don't know what the rest.
What are
of
the comments?
Well, that it's that it's just we know we're in Sioux City type thing. By the time we get to the sign, we know we're in Sioux City, and it doesn't really market Sioux City. It doesn't really advertise Sioux City. It doesn't really, it's not a shining star. It's just Sioux City. And I don't mean to be critical of whoever designed it. They did the best they could, because I think the one on the south is into a hill, built into a hill, if I recall. But they're just saying it's just lacking on enthusiasm, and this is Sioux City. And is that what we look like? I mean, is that, because a lot of smaller towns in Iowa do a great job on their signage for when you're coming into their town. And they might have a logo for the city on that sign, or they might just have the logo, so I mean, you want direction, but that's, and I probably haven't voiced that as well as, and maybe I'm not voicing it as well as I think I am right now, but I just think we need to kind of step back and take a look at what do we really want that to look like, and where do we want it to be placed? I mean, do you want to wait till you get into the city and have somebody see Sioux City, or?
I think it does a good job of kind of branding Sioux City before you reach downtown Sioux City. So I myself personally, I appreciate the modern aesthetic, but being a Sioux City native, what I look for is I look for the sign on top of Mid-American, and I'd really like to know if that eventually would be something that we'd be able to reuse or possibly relocate. So I can see kind of both sides of the argument. I think it's important that we, have a good way to brand Sioux City, and a good way to show off Sioux City. But I look for that nostalgia too. So I think there's a balance to be struck.
I appreciate your comments, Matthew, because you know art a lot better than I do, of course. So you saw then the sign that was designed, and you thought that was acceptable?
I think so. I want a little bit of both worlds, to be honest with you. I think that the sign, what was proposed, is using the land that we have there, because right now, otherwise, it's just a grassy hill, right? There's not too terribly much to look at on your way into the city. That gets right before downtown. I think that does a good job of putting a nice modern take on Sioux City before you reach downtown. And so I think if businesses are visiting the downtown area, or they're driving into Sioux City, they'll know that they're in Sioux City by then, but they'll see that nice, refreshing, crisp, modern take on Sioux City before they enter downtown. And then, I mean, it's all about everything else that they have to look at. We've got our expo center that is positioned in such a great place. It gives you something to really stare at on your way in town. We've got our skyline. We definitely want to feature our skyline. But I appreciate that we still need that kind of flair and that nostalgia, because we like that feel. The Welcome to Sioux City sign on top of Mid-American has been iconic for Sioux City for a long time, and I don't want to see a one or the other approach. Does that make sense?
It does, and I appreciate your perspective on it. That helps me a lot. I think the other thing I got hung up on, quite frankly, is we were looking at maybe a sign that we could have. It could be a photo opportunity, but I don't think that one coming in. There's no way to get to that.
No, that one would not be.
And I don't know about
not without breaking
coming from the north, coming south into town. If that's going to be accessible either. They just weren't meant to be accessible. So I probably got tied up in that issue as well, because I kind of planted the seed in my head about it. Like, that would be cool, a photo opportunity, by a really cool sign.
That was stayed down by the rest stop.
And that was one point of concern that I had. I know it's not on the radar for this session, but the Riverside side of things, the proposed site for that being right next to the exit, is, I mean, the people that are coming south into Sioux City, I mean, if you're on the exit, then you're going to see it, but you're on the exit. And so that seemed like an almost, too late to turn off kind of thing.
You're still looking for direction.
And we can rebid again, and I can bring that back to you if that's what you'd like me to do.
And the only thing I would say, to add to the conversation, I've been a fan of a project like this ever since joining council because I think it's a shame that we don't advertise our city better than we do. I mean, Matthew's talking about the nostalgia of one, but that was just a business's efforts. That's nothing done by the city.
Yeah.
And if you see the one that's down by Chili's, I think it's absolutely embarrassing. So I think it's something we should be making an investment in. And I personally liked the location on the hill just because it drew your eye up to our monument, right?
For people who are on the
draws
interstate.
your eye up towards that. I understand it's not the photo op of standing, and I do like some of those. I mean, I think about on the way to Colorado, you know, I've pulled over and taken a picture of Welcome to Beautiful Colorado. I've done that before. So I understand that would have its place, but I wouldn't see it as this. The only thing that I guess I have two overarching concerns. Number one, the more we put this out, the more costs are going to increase. Like, I don't know if we've ever seen something where it's like, oh my gosh, costs are decreasing so rapidly that it's going to make it more cost effective down the road. And then the second thing that I would worry about is what I'm finding, and from memos that I've read from over the past however many years that this project has been discussed, is you get the too many cooks in the kitchen mentality, is that it's like everyone has an opinion and we thought there was consensus, so staff moved forward, and then it comes and then it's like, well, no, I don't like this because of this, or I don't like that because of that, and then we just put it on a shelf and nothing gets done because not everyone was in agreement. So I just worry that we're going to continue that. If not everyone is all excited about the location or all excited about the aesthetic, then nothing will get done anyway. And I'm sure that's, if I was in Dan's position, I would be
I'm not a fan of the site, but rebid it. I don't care. You had 3 votes, so bid the thing and get it done. I didn't stop anybody, but I made my concerns known when I voted no, but I haven't said a word since then, so.
The concern now is that the bid is so
Not going to go low.
It's not going to get cheaper.
So we're either going to have to find more money for the project, or we're going to have to redesign the sign to meet the budget. So that's your two.
Correct.
Right.
Well, yeah. And I was with the majority, but I just want to be careful because prices are going up, but they could come down. We've got a pandemic going on. And people in our community, our citizens, are looking at how we spend money. And to have them ask you...
Dan, they look at how we spend money and everything.
Well...
And they should. I get that.
Yeah.
But these are also the times that we're going to come out of a pandemic, sooner than later, I hope. And you want people that are going to go to Hubbard Park to see a sign so they know they finally arrived in the city. I mean... You can, listen, I don't care much. I told you, I made it clear, I don't care much for that site because it doesn't accomplish what I thought it should. I think you should be able to get out of your car, get your picture taken by the Sioux City sign. I think you should be able to do that. But that argument's over with. So what are you talking? 30%? You're talking $50,000 or $60,000?
Oh.
125 over.
Right.
It was over 125. Well, that's a little different story.
Yeah.
How'd you only get 30,000 because the sign was how much to begin?
A lot of money.
What do you mean 30,000?
What was the base price of the sign?
50.
So it came in at 375?
That was according to one. And we had others that were interested initially, but then didn't submit bids because of labor and time frame.
Time frame because we put too short a construction season on it?
We gave them last summer.
Well, that's, unfortunately, if it's $250,000 and you're building on a Billy Goat Hill, summer's probably, I can understand that. It's not realistic probably, so you're probably going to have to give them a full year to bid the or to do the project. But again, what difference does it make? We've sit around here and lost a year anyway. What's the difference?
Yeah.
If that's the...
Whether we push them or whether we expect.
Right.
Well, the labor's going to be increased because of the location, isn't it?
I said that from the very beginning, but...
Doesn't that make more work?
Yeah, they got to work on that side hill and they got to get material down to it, and that's the problem.
I just want to be careful and just, if we're behind it, we're behind it, but I just want to be careful because, and you're right, Mayor, all the citizens, and they have a right to ask us, how are you spending our money? And I'm just really, with everything that's going on right now, with expenses and the hardships that people are suffering through this pandemic,
let's put it off. It's up to you guys.
I'm in probably just one vote on that, but I just have to voice that because I think we will have some comments about how can you spend that, and that's one sign, correct, Ann?
Oh, yeah.
The 375. So 2 signs, you're over.
Are you designed already on Riverside?
No.
Well, I thought it was going to be similar.
Well, you're gonna have the topography will have a completely different set of plans.
Yeah.
It'd almost be interesting to see if you bid Riverside, what that came in at, because I think that would tell you how much the topography is affecting the site you're on.
And I will tell you, we worked 7 years ago at a location that the city-owned property, and it's so far off the interstate that it has to be extremely large to be seen. So that's something to consider as well.
And that was something I had a frustration with, because I think we talked about this, that I wish the DOT would allow us to use some of that land, right? Because that would put it way closer, and none of it's being used by the DOT. We just want to place a sign in that space.
Well, we had talked to the DOT about the exit, the Riverside exit. So that's just kind of a triangular shape, and that goes against their code. Did not pursue that.
But the Riverside sign has to be designed first before you get your bids, doesn't it?
For the FY24.
So are you going to proceed with that?
No. We don't have the money at this time. That's programmed, but I mean, we could, I guess, but I guess I thought.
Yeah, I thought we were doing both simultaneously.
We wanted to get one done and make sure we were one at a time.
Because the Riverside one, you think you could replicate? I mean, if you liked the look of it and the feel of it, I mean, you could possibly do it on Highway 20 as well.
It could be somewhat similar, but it wouldn't be an exact duplicate because your landscaping is.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, we could, that could be something further down the road that we look at, 2 signs that are similar in aesthetics. I'm thinking of like, if you travel up to Minnesota, right, the Minnesota state signs with the cutout of Minnesota. We could do both ends of towns with something like that that's tall enough, you can see it from the street, you can possibly get out and take a picture as long as you're being safe.
I can't even imagine how much that Minnesota one costs, but I mean, I agree with you.
A fair bit.
I like it, but
But it's withstood, quite a bit of time. Yeah. And the Jolly Green Giant.
Because the other thing, I mean, this is, because I talked to my dad on the council, there has done things for the Welcome to Okoboji signs and Arnold's Park and that stuff, and they use all hotel motel tax. Now, we don't separate that out, but I mean, we capture a ton of money into that fund, and that's what they utilize it for, is they said they have that specific for marketing and advertising and all of that stuff.
We didn't used to give 100,000 to the CDB, whatever the hell you call it either, and we do now. So it's not like they're not getting some money around here to do some of that stuff. Let's remember that we've spent a lot of money on the Expo Center to bring people into this town. So there's a reason. We spend a lot of money on the Tyson. We spend a lot of money on the Convention Center. Yeah. There's a reason that they use a lot of that as general tax dollars, because we spend a lot on tourism, trails and all that sort of stuff. So that's not a fair comparison, is all I'm saying, because we spend a lot of money doing tourism around here.
And up in there, yeah, exactly. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying they separated out in their budget so it's easier to swallow. Because if it was separated out, it's easier to swallow when you say, look, hotel motel tax is being used. We just use it in a lot of diverse ways. And you look at smaller communities, like even Sheldon. I was driving through and see Sheldon's Welcome to Sheldon sign. Mm-hmm. They don't have a convention center, a Tyson Event Center, an expo center. I mean, they don't have those other things that they're spending funds on. I understand that. I just think at some point in time we will have to bite the bullet and just say we want people to be excited when they're coming into our community, to go to Hubbard, to go to the expo, to go anywhere to see that. That's all. Cone Park, for sure.
Yeah. I'm okay with if the majority are okay with, you're talking about rebidding?
I'll rebid.
Rebid, okay.
And if we can make those adjustments, like the mayor said, hopefully we can get some costs down. Or even talk to the people that didn't reply, or you know what I mean, didn't bid, and see, is there any...
your architect?
CPA and Confluence.
Well, it's their job to talk to those contractors and find out why they didn't bid it. That's what you pay them for.
Yeah, and they told me it was the labor and the time frame.
Okay. And I know Terry's passionate about the project too, so hopefully he be helpful to try to get that done too.
And he has worked very hard to reduce costs for this
Yeah.
project, so
Yeah.
I appreciate that too.
Oh, yeah, thank him for that.
Thank you.
Dan?
Project 663379, Airport Commercial Development, page 140.
That's the land just as you come into the airport off the interstate that were released from FAA control and appraised.
Demolition funds?
No, it's improvement funds to the existing structures.
Better not be.
To be determined.
What are we doing with that thing? Nobody's in it anymore.
What?
That old
The
church.
chapel, in the chapel, one of the original buildings on the
I understand, but
historic.
Is it falling in?
well, it certainly isn't rising up.
I don't think it's changed. I think it's stayed the same.
For sale to be moved. Could it be relocated somewhere else?
No,
No,
construction doesn't allow that, the way they build it and that.
the movers will tell you they can move it, but it can't be. The mayor's right about that.
You can move anything if you got a lot of money, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense.
I've been,
One of these days, we're gonna have to decide what to do with that, because you're not gonna sell that land with that building sitting there.
We've had interest in the land. It's a good site. I think it'll come up as an issue when we have a solid proposal to bring, so.
I haven't
but
heard
if
of
we got
any
an answer
interest
for it, we'd
except the
probably
one
get
you
more.
had. I'm surprised. I haven't heard a lot of interest in that land.
Get
Maybe you guys are
Councilman
keeping that away from me because I'm interested in.
Get Councilman Moore's dates of vacation, and that's when you bring those proposals to the council.
I don't go on
We can talk.
vacation anymore. I'm working, seriously,
We're gonna have to
I'm
talk to
working
Mary.
very closely with Mike Collette. Mike, you've been a huge help with that, and Mike's being very objective as far as I'm concerned, and so we're trying to work through that. It's just, it pains me that the airmen that went there in the 40s with families, it just pains me to tear down a historic structure like that. It's very painful, and it's very personal because it involved the military service people that
get all
served. Yeah, so I mean, Chicago, big cities build around historic places. They just build around it.
But they, historically, if you go to a big city and there's a big office building around the small Episcopal or Catholic church that was downtown, historically are still a viable entity in their community. Go to Chicago where they build around them. There's something going on in that particular building. We have nothing going on with no desire by anybody to do anything with the building. I'd love to save the building.
Well, I think we're gonna do some fundraising to make improvements and to restore it into a museum that we can all be proud of. If we can't do that, Mayor, then I wouldn't be pursuing this either. And
As
we've
I
got,
often say about the rest of you,
I was
hope springs
I
eternal.
knew
my
it was
friend.
coming. I almost said it.
No way we can get through this without
I
it.
love your enthusiasm. Go get her done.
well, maybe,
Let's put a time frame on it, though. You only got 2 years to get her going.
no,
I'm
no,
here
wait
for
a minute,
that.
wait, I just started, let's see, I just started the first 4 year, no, give me 4 years.
I won't be here in 4. I want to see it done before I leave.
You're not going anywhere.
All right, keep rolling.
Project 663382, Northside Commercial and Residential Development, page 142.
Yes. This is for
Before you
street.
start, did we determine if we can use COVID funds for water and sewer in a new subdivision?
If it enhances, yes.
We believe so, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Are you looking at any of those?
That will be coming back as an amendment to the resolution.
Okay,
I'm not, Bob, I can't remember if you were here when well, you were, because we talked about reallocating money for the baseball league.
right.
That will be part of the amendment.
Okay.
The money we have set aside for the hospitality, we will propose moving a big chunk of that money into infrastructure for affordable housing, i.e. a new subdivision of affordable housing,
Good.
and be utility.
Great. Glad to hear that.
Well,
I
you know,
think that's great.
I have an emotional attachment to Woodbury Heights. We need to finish it. We had a plan to finish it a long time ago, and I have an attachment to that because everybody that I sit with, I don't know how we got the third vote back then, but everybody told us how stupid we were and how we were wasting taxpayers' money, and now you got how many homes in Woodbury Heights because people did go out and build homes, so.
Yeah, I voted for that when I was on Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah, but you remember, it wasn't without,
It was, yeah, it was. Hey, could we clarify something, though? Because you said it's on new subdivisions?
there's like 75 lots available that we could still do in Woodbury Heights.
What about Highland Park, though?
That is Highland, that's Woodbury Heights.
Was that what you're referring to?
Yeah,
The Highland Park
that's Woodbury,
subdivision?
that's Woodbury Heights. It used to be called Highland Park because the golf course was there that we built. That was a golf course that we built on.
Okay, oh, good, yeah.
There's about
In the
75 lots
southwest-
remaining.
South or northwest corner, there, you can put a street up there and get more lots.
Burton Street, Burton Avenue, or Ave.
Well, it's west of Burton, it's more over by, yeah. All right,
Project 663384, Gordon Drive, I-29 Development, page 147.
Again, this is the area, and just to clarify, there's another project that's for the yards. The area around Floyd, Dace, right in there, on the west side of Floyd River is actually in the CBD district. So keep that in mind with the different funds that are allocated for potential acquisitions and redevelopment of that area.
Project 663385, Airport Industrial Improvements, page 148.
This is the hangar project. You all know very well. It's been adjusted to the current cost estimates, and hopefully will be under construction very soon.
when's the bid?
Plans and specs will come to council on the 14th of February.
Is that on time?
Pretty much. We figured it would be January, but we had to go through planning and zoning. Will come on February 7th, then 14th for plans and specs.
Project 719197, Southbridge Development, page 150.
Again, as you know, we have a cold storage project going on there, and this is related to the various costs of the streets and infrastructure for that new project. Obviously, we're applying for a lot of state funds. There's state matching funds involved, so there's great opportunity here for us to extend infrastructure with the assistance of state funding.
Okay.
That moves us to community development. Marty Doherty and Jeff Hansen. First project is 611001, City Share New Residential Development, page 84.
Morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff Hansen, Community Development Operations Manager. As you recall, last year we requested additional funds in 22 and 23 of 200,000 addition. So we're at 600,000 in 23. You mentioned Highland Park. A portion of this funds are going towards the auditor's plat in Highland Park. We're about 10 months into that project. All the field survey work has been completed. The preliminary plats have been prepared by Kirk and Michael, and we're currently meeting with Auditor Pat Gill to proceed forward with processing that auditor's plat, and we expect that to occur probably early summer, following our next public meeting.
People will actually be able to build a garage on their property.
Correct.
Or sell their
The
property.
preliminary maps have
Started
been
in
drawn.
1985.
I want to,
35 years later, we might actually get something done around.
yeah,
Following the auditor's plat actually being approved, as part of Kirk and Michael's scope, they will also be actually setting corners in the new updated Highland Park, so that'll be the last step of their scope of work.
Very good.
I want to thank the mayor and the council, too, for funding that project, and Jeff and his team have really worked hard on this. You really have.
But thank you, Councilman Moore, for pushing that. You know, you've been a real driving force behind getting those corrected.
Well, thank you.
And back on, when he was on P&Z, if we would have got it going, we'd already be done. But
$25,000 back then, Julie, to have the surveyor go out and replat it. The surveyor went out, and it didn't go so well, did it, Jeff?
Said, never mind.
And we were expecting some pushback from some property owners, and to date, everyone's been very easy to work with. We had a few holdouts that we actually kind of tracked down and went and met out in the field with them, but so far it seems like it'll be successful.
Yeah, I think that public hearing, the communication and how it was led by the engineering firm said, let's work together, get with your neighbor. You know, if you're over this foot by 6 feet, maybe they're on your side, let's come together and let's do it collectively.
Yes.
Don't make us tell you how it has to be done. Let's work together and get it done.
The majority of the property owners, we only found 2 parcel owners will actually lose a small portion of the square footage. The rest are actually gaining because we have numerous platted alleys and platted streets that are no longer used and have never been used. And so as part of our process, we're working with those adjacent property owners where during this platting process, those rights-of-way will be vacated and transferred to those owners. The majority of the individuals are actually gaining square footage.
And that's at no expense to the owner.
That's correct.
They get a little larger lot.
Correct.
That's a
They'll
big
have,
win.
they'll have marketable title so that when their abstracts of title are brought up to date, it will show that they're legal.
So that the real estate attorneys can't charge some ridiculously high price process.
They won't have to jump through those hoops.
I'm
Well,
glad
this
you're
is a
feeling
great
better,
project.
Mayor.
A little bit, I'm coming alive.
Must be feeling
Project
better.
663321, blight removal, page 86.
Darrell Bullock, Code Enforcement Manager. This project is, of course, our annual project that we do for blighted structures and other blight that are in the city. We've gotten it down to the point where we've got a couple of left of large commercial projects, one of those being the former Y building. That project, based on the estimates we had gotten the asbestos report from that project, based on the quantities and the materials that are in there, it's estimated to be around $127,000 for asbestos abatement. Being that close to the public bidding threshold, we're going to go ahead and move that towards the public bidding because one little quantity miss would push us way over that threshold, so we want to err on the safe side of that. Demolition after that, we're probably looking at around $500,000, $600,000 for the demolition of the structure.
Let me ask the council a question before you go with that. I had a group approach me, and I told them that the cost of renovation would be so dramatic. This is a pretty legitimate group. They want to do some transitional housing. Would the council be willing to, and I didn't offer this because I didn't know until today what we even had in the budget, but would you guys consider giving that group some of this money if they were legit and bona fide and would
To renovate instead of
demolish? I told them it's too big a project, you should walk away, but maybe that would be the difference in whether it became a feasible project or not. I mean, there's not much, it's all pretty well gutted now.
Well, there's a lot of trash.
I know, but no, they still got to do the.
Yeah, they'd have to do a complete interior
I get
demolition.
that, so you wouldn't gain, you'd still gain $500,000 probably.
Structurally, the building, as far as the actual core structure of the building, is still very sound.
That's what I mean. It's a bomb shelter.
That's one of the reasons why the demolition would be, well, that and the topography are the two main reasons why it would be so costly to tear it down. You know, for demolition, we'd end up with a site somewhat similar to the garden, the park site next to the church up here, because we would actually leave part of that foundation stair-stepped up to the alley location and then bring in some fill to make that a gradual transition down to Nebraska Street.
And so it's still not buildable.
No,
And it wouldn't be a parking lot really either because of the the shape of it, right?
Right. I mean, you'd have to do a massive retaining wall to even think about having a flat pad for a building there.
I remember Mr. Waters bringing that topic up way back years ago. I was here as a citizen for something or other, and this was brought up, and Alex did say, well, why can't we give part of this money instead of demoing it to a developer, put it towards their budget? Do you remember that, Alex?
I'd be a big fan of it. I liked that one guy that came from California. I had hopes that would work out. But
I do still have his bond for demolition as well, $70,000.
Oh. I mean, I'm with the mayor. I'm always going to be a bigger fan. It's not really developable if we demo it. So I would rather utilize those funds if you think this group can really do something.
One of the things, if I was to move forward with the asbestos abatement at this time, the unfortunate part is the building's going to be wide open because every pane of glass in that building has asbestos caulking material around the glazing, and that whole thing would have to be removed, and then it leaves it open because it's a lot cheaper just to remove the window itself than to try to peel all that material away. So it would
Oh,
leave
I'd
the
tell you
building
to
open.
move it anyway. They're gonna have to put new windows in it. We just might have to put plywood.
We might have to do something where we would just, at least the first floor
I could
area.
get them down here to talk to you. I'm not gonna get in the middle of it.
I have, through the years, been able to put some money away to help fund this, other than a $400,000 fiscal year or every year in the CIP, moving that forward. So I do have some additional funds in there that we could, if directed, we could use that way.
Daryl, did you say that was around 170,000
I'm sorry.
for the abatement?
The abatement right now, based on quantities and the types of materials that are in there, we calculate out to about $127,000.
Huh.
But the threshold being just over $130,000 for public bid, we'd put it out for public bid anyway, simply because one material's estimated quantity being off, we would be way over that threshold.
So we could move forward with the abatement piece of it and then save the rest and decide if we want to help with the
we would
developer.
then need to use some of those funds, like I said, to secure that, at least secure the building. once we get
I
open.
would favor that project too.
Yeah.
I'll let their board know.
I'd like to say one thing. We'll work with them, happy to do so. And I think the abatement, the thing you just described, is a logical way to go. We went through the building. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. We went through the building, the three of us and a couple other people, 3 months ago? And I came away kind of skeptical about it. I mean, it's really in rough shape, but we'll work with them. I would say they need to go through the building.
Yeah, right.
You got to see the reality of it, because it's tough.
I'm not saying that they're gonna do anything. I'm just saying at least that
We'd be happy
they
to.
came to me with an interest is all.
I mean,
and removing the abatement is going to have to be done by somebody anyway, so that might be part of our contribution to them, getting that moving forward. The only thing I can say is the building is chopped up into 4 separate buildings as it was built, so there's different elevations throughout the building that would have to be compensated for as they do the building. But the main residential portion in the L shape that you see as the main building, that's all obviously one floor.
When did when the Y was up and operating, I was here, but what did they do for parking?
Everybody.
Just the streets?
Or they walked.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of those guys that lived there didn't have cars. They took the bus. Yeah.
Oh, there is? I went to the YW to swim instead of this.
Well, yeah, because
every day.
that's, yeah.
It's right across the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Project 663221, Phase 2 Home Investment Partnership, page 88.
Jill Wonderscheid, Neighborhood Services Manager. This project aims to limit the amount of homes that end up on the red tag list in the first place. So right now we primarily use this program for those homes that are single-family homes that are owned by those that are low to moderate income. We provide up to $10,000 and a 5-year forgivable loan to make improvements that, if left uncorrected, could lead a home to be placed on the red tag list. We anticipate we'll be spending significantly more this year compared to last year because we did have a grant, a private grant that has now run out, and so we anticipate using this in place of a lot more this year.
When you say complete exterior for 5,000, I mean, that doesn't buy you much even for painting anymore, right?
Yeah, that would have been the third funding source we used. So first, on the emergency repairs, we use Iowa Finance Authority funds, Community Development Block Grant, and then these funds last if we have an overrun.
Love the good work. Hey, before Daryl leaves too, Daryl, I wanted to compliment you on these placard hearings we've been having, how well you work with the property owners to actually find a solution, and it just seems like it goes a lot smoother and a lot better. So you're a very patient person, but I think it's paid off on some of these properties that have been.
It's nice not to have to have 4 of them with 30-plus properties every year.
You're right. Right. But you've made a huge difference in that regard, and I just wanted to thank you publicly for that.
Project 663222, Downtown Aesthetics Improvements, page 90.
This project was used to provide matching funds for the wayfinding signage project in downtown, also some lighting improvements that have been completed downtown, and then most recently we've been using these funds to match the historic preservation grants that we've received to complete the historical surveys downtown, which are ongoing.
Okay.
Project 719201, Southeast Morningside Area Improvement, page 92.
This project has been in here for quite some time. We're proposing some additional funding in '24. As you recall, we just completed a substantial annexation project to include the interchange as well as the Iowa DOT and Simcoe property. That has left us with a hole essentially behind the former Kmart, former Menards, Siouxland Christian building. We have a majority of those property owners that have signed voluntary annexation agreements, which would help us to close up that hole. Obviously, we left a gap for the annexation, but we do have annexation agreements with those folks, and we're looking at using these additional funds to start preparing for sanitary sewer infrastructure in that area.
Project 719295 Lions Park Investment Area, page 94.
We continue work in this area. It's been a little bit slower than we anticipated because of the additional CARES Act funding that we got. We had to get out the door first. So we've done some smaller projects over there. We've started our housing rehabilitation program. We've had several homes participate in that. So we anticipate really working on a lot in this area over the next year with some initial design work, some Wi-Fi in the park, some sidewalk improvements, and starting design on West First Street reconstruction.
Project 879018 West 7th Street Corridor Improvements, page 96.
This continues the work we've done to improve the West 7th Street corridor between Wesley and Hamilton. You'll see that I did put in the line item there kind of a / public art, public space. It is our intent to continue to apply for private grants to pay for the art improvements first, because we still do have quite a demand for the facade improvement program. Just to give you some perspective, last year when we had applications open, or I guess this year, no, last year, when we had applications open, we received about double of the requests on what we had available for. So I do believe there's still an interest and a need in our facade program. So we'll probably still focus on that with public dollars instead of the art.
I had a guy older than me yesterday in my office telling me what the best improvement we've done in the city. For those people who said traffic would flow slower and there would be all kinds of problems, it hasn't flowed any slower. You can drive down that street and not worry about taking somebody's door off as they open it on you. So
Yes.
a lot of what we fear is fear.
I think one of the great things about it is there's been 35 businesses or so, something like that, that have participated in that. And that's an amazing number of small businesses that have put investment into that area.
And just how much of an improvement. I mean, what's sad to me is you then see the stark contrast of those that took advantage of it and those that haven't, and hopefully haven't yet. But yeah, I agree. And then with those two murals, I mean, kind of welcoming that area, it's been great.
We have a couple other projects too. I just think it's worth mentioning that did not use any of our funds at all. I think it's the catalyst of everyone else making improvements. There's been a couple of buildings that have just used their own funds from probably the peer pressure around the street.
I appreciate the direction that it has taken. As a West Sider myself, though, I must say I would be remiss not to mention the fact that it does seem to stop at Hamilton. And that is an area that I've heard criticism, particularly from my part of town. I will say, jumping back to the Lions Park investment, there's a lot of buzz about that. There's a lot of people in the area that are very excited and are very hopeful that that's going to be smooth. So, little both sides of the coin for you. Sorry.
Well, you can once you get the first phase of West 7th done, you can always, we do that all the time. I never realized Morningside was going to be the area that they picked, which is fine, but you can certainly expand that.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice to see it stretch out and really keep kind of a similar aesthetic going.
Yeah, if you want a couple more blocks over to at least Center Street or in that area, it'd make a big difference.
And you're starting to see some businesses already on the other side of Hamilton right there too.
Project 879019 Riverside Boulevard, Military Road District Plan 98, page 98, sorry.
The next three items are related to the new facade programs that were approved last year with the first round of funding. Chris Mattson and Ryan Forrester are the two planners that are administering these three programs. They're here today to provide just a quick summary of where we're at with the first round, the applications. As you mentioned earlier in this meeting, the public meetings, we did have those public meetings, and we did get a good turnout and good feedback from that. So they're just going to provide a quick summary of the applications received to date.
Imagine Planner, we did receive those applications in October of last year and did bring that forward to City Council for award. We did award all three at the same time. We created the programs at the same time, so all three programs are exactly the same. Setup, how much is awarded, what the payout is, the 5-year mortgage and promissory note that would be required. So a lot of those projects won't start until the spring because we awarded so late in the year. Obviously, this upcoming year, that funding will be made available earlier. We already have the programs started, so it would be good to go on that. But for the three programs, we did receive 33 applications that total almost $1.1 million in request. And I know personally met with a lot of property owners that kind of went over what they wanted to do and then did not apply. I think some of those were waiting for later years, so I think that will continue going forward to be a lot of interest.
Yeah, I just hope that they gain momentum and maybe see after this first round, you know what I mean, and some of that and be able to move forward. There's some I know in the Morningside area that maybe just had some hesitation, or, you know, you want projects to be big, but it also requires a big, significant investment by the property owner. I get that. You have some anchor locations that you really want to make a significant investment. Sometimes the pressure of doing so or the incentive isn't enough, and I get that. But yeah, I appreciate your efforts for sure. I think it's exciting. You doing one? Did you do one?
No, because I'm going to wait until everybody else gets their money before I apply. Because I don't want people hearing that the mayor got his money and I didn't get mine. So
right.
Remember when it's the last year to come see me, okay? It's not the world headquarters for R.E. Scott Company anyway, so it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's it.
Great.
You guys have any other
That's
questions?
it.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the wastewater and environmental services area.
The last thing I would say, though, I offered it last time this came up. If you let me know when you have those public meetings, I would love to go and advocate for the facade program. I mean, if you guys have them in those different neighborhoods and stuff, I'd love to go and hear about ideas and thoughts.
Sure. Page 374.
Yep. Wastewater and environmental services, Tom Pingle. The first project is 539117 wastewater treatment plant asset renewal modifications, page 374.
I just can't get over that I have a binder.
Morning, Tom.
How hard.
Morning.
Morning, guys.
Are you okay that we're ahead on our schedule?
Yeah, this is perfect.
Keep it rolling, buddy.
Well, we got wastewater here, so I know you guys are all excited to talk about this.
Yeah, exactly.
We are. Dear to my heart.
Well, this first CIP is probably the wastewater treatment plant's most important CIP. This addresses a lot of the aging infrastructure, pumps, valves, motors. They're all that are in here to be replaced are all older than 20 to 30 years old. This, in our staff and I, we call this the NPDES compliance CIP. So it's very important that these items are addressed appropriately. To help with my staff and I to get this done, and it's also a part of the Iowa DNR design standards. When we go in to do some of these repairs, we have to have a consultant to sign off on the designs and specs for these repairs. So in the next couple weeks, you will see a RFQ go out to request for consultants to be a part of this project, the repair side of it, and then also address the primary clarifiers, which is in this. So we're going to put that all into one big project and have an engineer help us. A part of that will be a facility plan. It will mark the next 20 years of how to address some of these issues and how those issues will be paid for. So in that facility plan, we'll pull out some of the rate study that HDR did and put it into the back of this facility plan to figure out how we have to raise rates or what has to happen to rates in order to cover these repairs.
But your clarifiers are not till the year out. Are you saying you're gonna bid those now? Because I thought we had COVID money to move those up.
Yep, I should clarify, we're going to wrap most of all these repairs and the clarifiers into a design project today, let's say, soon. And it'll take a good 2-3 years to get the facility plan done, get the designs built and designs drawn up, specs wrote up. And by 2024, that's when we're going to start spending money on this. So these don't exactly line up with how it will play out, meaning the money here is correct, but we're just not going to start spending money until 2024 because we don't have the designs yet. We don't have the plans yet. Should have been, in my opinion, done before this, but that's neither here nor there now.
So how's this going to be funded? I mean,
SRF funding. Yep.
So he has another project further on that you'll see is being funded through American Rescue Funds.
but this one will be?
No, this one's SRF.
Okay, yeah, because we're past the deadline, wouldn't we be, with 2024?
To utilize the funds for
For
this?
the
No,
American Rescue,
You have until 2026 to use the funds. We just have to allocate it by 2024.
by the end of the year?
Yep.
December 31?
December 31st, yep.
I would like to also say, next week we're applying for that $15 million grant.
Yeah.
Some of that money will address some of these issues if we secure that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, that would be very helpful for future funding.
You think?
Got a lot of support from the industry.
He will be our friend.
A lot of support from the business group, the tourist group, to help us with this grant application. We have actually partners helping us get in contacts with the people that we need to talk to before we apply.
Very good.
Project 539143, annual wastewater treatment plant building maintenance, page
You guys can stay
377.
for lunch. We're gonna have lunch in a little bit.
I was gonna say, I didn't know you guys were gonna just chill here for all day with us. Wow.
Oh, buddy.
Take care, guys.
Hi, Vicki Baker, wastewater treatment plant manager. This one is just an annual project for building maintenance and to support the structures that control a lot of our process control equipment and HVAC systems. It looks like we're going to be replacing HVAC units on the East Digester project and putting HVAC on the warehouse. The warehouse is becoming a storage building with the future projects. It will be storing a lot of control equipment that will need to be, it currently doesn't have HVAC, so it will need that.
Good.
Yep.
Project 539207, lift station improvements, page 378.
This one again is just keeping up with the lift station maintenance, replacing valves, pumps, SCADA equipment, electronic controls, things of that nature.
Project 539228, asset renewal number 2, page 382.
So this is the project that we've hired Donahue help with the designs and construction admin. This project is funded by our American Rescue Plan money. It's already getting started, so we hope to break construction here this construction season. So I hope that we are bidding this out before a lot of other communities are bidding this same kind of project out to have a hungry.
First.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Just generally speaking, globally, the big picture, are the timeframes that you have talked about, those fit in with what we need to be doing? I mean, you can't move them up any sooner. I know you could always push them back, but you don't want to do that either. But is that's timely, and that's just what it takes?
Correct.
With what you're doing.
You're talking maybe on those repairs and those type of things. Yep. The speed we're moving right now to get to those repairs is as fast as we can go. So we can't expedite any further than we are. So to answer your question, yeah, we're going fast as we can, and we have to give the engineer some time to actually draw out the plans to do a lot of those replacements. Then they have to submit those into the DNR. The DNR reviews them to make sure they meet the Iowa DNR wastewater design standards. They're pretty basic, or pretty complex standards that are what we have to meet. So we can't just, my staff and I, we can't just go in and replace a valve or a pump without knowing exactly if it meets the capacity requirements, if it, aligns with the design standard.
So DNR will sign off on our design plan then?
Yep, exactly. Everything we do down there has to be signed off by the DNR unless it's exactly the same thing. Unfortunately, a lot of those parts, they don't make them anymore. So we can't go out and find the same blower or the same pump that was manufactured in the 60s. They just don't make them.
Doesn't exist. Okay. Thank you.
But there was a whole lot of stuff done 8-10 years ago, like 110 million. So some of that stuff can't be worn out already.
All that was done back then was infrastructure related to create, to take that secondary process and make the MLE process. So what they did was mainly structural type things.
Well, they were sure sold a pile of goods if that's the case. If you spent 110, you could have a brand new sewer plant down south of town for less money and a lot better process. So that council was sold a pack of goods by whoever the utility director was at that time. That's unfortunate to me. That we should have never spent that kind of money and not got a move plant.
Tom, on review by DNR, do you personally then meet with DNR?
Myself, Vicki will, our consultant, and the DNR will all meet. There's a 30% design review meeting, a 90% meeting.
Okay.
We've already had a kickoff meeting with the next project we'll discuss, but yeah, it's a constant communication between us, the consultant, and the DNR, just like all projects that are pertaining to water or wastewater.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Project 539229, UV disinfection, page 384.
Again, this project has been initiated by your guys' approval. This is funded by the American Rescue Plan money. This will eliminate the chemical system used for disinfection and put in UV treatment. And then Vicki's going to be able to sleep a little better at night.
I just want to take a quick second to praise you. I had reached out. I had a concerned citizen that was asking about how we're being a good steward to the land given the recent kind of press on past issues that have occurred. And I reached out just for some clarification on the processes that we're investing in and changes that are moving forward. And Tom gave me this beautiful write-up that I was able to send off to that citizen, and they said, I didn't know that we were taking these steps. This makes me feel very proud to be a member of this community, and that's something that they're sharing now with their contacts. So I think we've got a lot of great things in the works, and I think that we can all sleep a little bit easier at night along with Vicki. So thank you for that.
Excellent.
Which I would just echo too, Tom. I mean, I'm on the tourism board that wrote one of those letters for the grant, and was sharing some of those same praises. I mean, that's where, and Bruce Miller's in that group and a few others. I mean, they're in the know, but a lot of them don't know about the things that we're doing down at Wastewater. And I've said, look, we're cutting edge on a lot of the stuff that we're doing and trying to implement different things to be good stewards of not only tax dollars, but also of the environment. And I think some of the stuff, whether it's UV, whether it's fertilizer, whether it's solar, I think we have stuff, and renewable fuels, for God's sake, all of those things are just things that we should be just as proud of, as much so as updates at the Tyson Event Center or something like that. I think they're bringing in and getting young people and different businesses just as excited to relocate to our community as anything else. So I would echo those comments. I hope we keep the momentum, and to the mayor's point, I think things have been done a little incorrectly in the past, and there are some awards and companies that I'd hope we're not working with in the future, but that I'm excited about the direction that we're going.
To kind of bounce off what you guys said and what the mayor said, that money spent back then We utilize that process, and what we do with that process is we're not mandated by the state to do it, and we're removing nitrogen from the water that we don't have a limit for. So we as Vicki and our staff down at the plant, we operate a process that's very complex, and it removes nitrogen and phosphorus, which we don't have those limits, but we still operate that to be better stewards of the environment. In 2017 and 2016, that plant down there removed more phosphorus than all the wastewater plants combined in the state of Iowa. So I don't know how it ran in 19 and 18, but.
Yeah.
Tom, is the UV disinfection, that's a tried and true process then? Is it been around very long?
Yep, UV's been around for probably 25, 30 years. Now the technology is low energy. The technology now is very specific on the wavelength of the light that it puts out. So it's tried and true. There's two very outstanding companies that make this technology that we're looking at. Yep.
Project 549165, Ravine Park Oak Savannah Restoration, page 386.
This has been an ongoing project since 2014. This is the hill behind the wastewater plant, and they use this money to continue the DNR plan to preserve and restore that prairie that's there, and mitigate erosion and have more control of the water coming off the Los Hills right there. So this is the community working with the DNR on a study that happened back in 2015 to preserve that Los Hills and the prairie there.
This is a deal that once you got hooked in, you can't get out of.
Yep.
Ridiculous. It's
Which blew my mind about the controlled burn. I thought we were just doing the burn that 1 year, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's good. I'm glad we're doing that. And then it's like, comes back every year, and I'm like, are you joking? I had no idea.
Biggest joke that...
What we like about it...
These guys still haul truckload after truckload of crap they pull out of the street sweepers down there and put it in that hill. Give me the logic of that. There isn't any, so you don't have to answer the question.
I think he was
Project 889015, Solar Power Assessment, page 390.
Back up in that frickin' hill.
So this is the assessment study that you guys approved, or actually I think it was under, but regardless, this is what the memo I sent out that we've already started this solar assessment.
390.
The main part of this assessment is to try to figure out exactly the incentives that we could gain from doing the solar panel type of assembly. So Black and Veatch is going to look at 10 different sites, give us different cost, real back-in-the-envelope type cost proposals, and what our incentives would be. And then we're also working with Mid-America on this right now as well. So it's still in its beginning stages of the study. But
just out of curiosity, why are you working with Mid-America?
They reached out, and
well, of course they did, because tax benefit Buffett.
It's been really initial. We don't have to go down that road.
I'm just saying there are other people beside. I'm not opposed to Mid-America, but just because they've shown an interest doesn't mean that's the best deal.
Exactly. It was more of about a redundancy for energy requirements at the wastewater plant. That's where that discussion was.
The only thing I would say, Tom, and I'm a big proponent of this project, at least investigating it. The only thing I was going to say is I thought we were more talking to the north of that little entrance road, you know what I mean? But I know you need more space, so then I didn't know if it was possible to go over and down from the monument, on the other side of the road. I didn't know, and the only reason I say that is just because right now we are using that area as a passive park, you know what I mean? Like, as a place for people to bring their dogs or animal or just just go on a passive hike. So that was the only thing I would say is if you can move that to an area that's not being utilized, you know, because no one's over down south of the monument right now, but I don't know what it would take to move that across. And I don't know if it has enough space, you know what I mean, if one space is more than another.
Our only concern with that location is that's right over the 72-inch pipe.
Oh, yeah,
coming
yeah,
from
yeah.
Floyd, and we don't want those corrosive environment right below there.
So Tom, how long have you been on the job?
6 months, a little over 6 months.
Thanks for all you're doing.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I couldn't do it without my staff. I mean,
He's in his honeymoon period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like it, do you, Tom?
So in a year from now, you can take a picture and see how it grays hair.
Yeah, is he gonna have gray hair in a year?
You guys will see it get grayer, that's for sure.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, guys. Thanks. Appreciate your time.
Keep rolling.
Next up, we have water and underground utilities, Brad Pitts. The first project is project 519130, well replacement program, page 396.
Brad Pitts is another team member that works
his
well
honeymoon.
with the public. Thank you.
When he's not hunting or fishing or.
No matter where he did his undergrad.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Did you want to just run now?
I was trying to give you a compliment, Brad. I don't know
I
where
said
that
thank
went.
you if you didn't hear me over Alex there. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce Kevin Kennedy. Kevin is our new water plant manager. He started with the water plant 8 years ago. Started in maintenance, worked his way up in operations, and we're happy to move him into the position. He'll do a great job.
Welcome.
Welcome.
We have quite a few projects. We'll allow Teresa to move through them. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, I got one on this one right away. How much of the water did you use out of the Southbridge plant last year? It was a dry year, so I want to hear you used about 80% of your capacity.
We were doing about 4 million a day out of Southbridge.
And what?
That's not because we don't want to put more water out of that plant. It's due to the restrictions in the distribution system that don't allow us to. That's been known for, I'm not known from you, but it's been known for quite a few years.
What would that cost?
There is a CIP here in the outer years to make those improvements. Really on the north end of the airport, there's a couple 12-inch water mains that would be upsized to push that water further to the north. It was a big improvement when we put the 24-inch from Harbor Drive over to Highway 75. That made a big difference.
Which we were told would solve the problem, but go ahead with your story.
Yeah. So there's some improvements that need to be made on the north end to get that
Well, the reason
water
I'm asking is you have plenty of capacity in the 2 collector wells you have today to solve any problem the city has. Would you be better off to spend $2.5 million fixing those water lines so you could utilize the Southbridge plant more than to worry about punching some new wells in and move those wells back?
Right. So with the Southbridge plant, it doesn't have the head that it needs to push it, say, all the way up to Grandview.
Yeah, that's a pump that solves that problem, right?
Take some significant upgrades in order to make that happen. The issue here is that the vertical wells in the riverfront are declining in production. I mean, they're the original wells from the 1970s. So that's kind of what we're looking at. We need the flexibility at the Zenith plant, being it's the main plant that we're still pumping the majority of the water from, to keep, enough water to meet the demands in the city.
Also very heavy in iron, those wells. Heavy.
We're fortunate that the riverfront area is, for the most part, very low in iron and manganese. It's when we run the Riverside collector well that the iron and manganese levels go up significantly.
Well, we're going to sit around here and someday need water to come from Southbridge. That's why you guys sold the idea of putting a plant there. But we don't want to address what it takes to actually utilize that at full capacity. To me, it doesn't make sense. You lose that big collector well, for whatever reason, and you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
This community, you're gonna be rationing water for sure if it's a summertime event. Sooner or later, somebody's got to address that.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
Go over, no, that won't go over very well.
No, it won't.
Project 519123, unplanned water main replacement, page 398.
Just in time, man.
Morning, good morning.
We had a water main break last night too, so.
What?
We had a water main break last night. I was out late with that one too, so. On Rebecca.
What number for the 2022?
I have to look and see exactly what number it was.
Hasn't been that bad. You don't see barricades all over, so don't get your bleeding heart, big puppy dog tears going yet.
I'm still on the chapel. I'm still on the chapel.
He's got all those extra guys. And I don't want to hear him tell me now that it's such a tough job. He's got another crew out there.
I just want to get them going, licensed and get going so we can get second shift fired up. Licensing is the hardest part right now. We're going that way.
Going to move to the next project, 719127, emergency water main replacement, page 400.
Well, that's fine. Historically, they give you a list of some of that stuff, don't you? You give some, I know that's emergency, but I thought you gave a list normally of
We
some.
revamped all the CIPs this year, organized them a lot better.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because the council was starting to catch on to the other stuff, so.
Well, there was a lot of CIPs that are sitting out there that really.
You learned that from that guy sitting out there in the green shirt, I know, so.
Well, engineering actually does a lot of these CIPs projects. The emergency ones are just for me, so there really isn't anything I can program into them because they are strict emergencies. So the CIPs that you see emergency on are the ones I deal with for exactly that, emergencies. All the other CIPs are working with engineering for actual projects, manhole replacements, rehabs. That's why on those you'll see just my name on the emergency ones, and everything else you'll see Gordon Fair's name on too. And it also eliminated quite a few CIPs in the process too that were just sitting out there that really were hard to track in my mind. And I got tired of funds being moved around. They'd do a project and I wouldn't know about it, and then when we had an emergency come up and I wouldn't have any funds to take care of it. Hopefully by doing this we can control and have a better handle on the budget.
Talking about the engineering?
Well, they'd have projects going that I wasn't aware about, and they'd do chargebacks, and then.
Just better coordination.
Yes.
Better coordination.
Better communication between everybody, what's going on.
And better fund management kind of thing.
Be able to control what's going on, what's happening, and not having 50 million CIPs out there that one drops through the radar on.
Yeah, you need to know that for your budget purposes.
So that's why you're going to see a lot of CIPs with names changed.
Do anything outside of the city engineering with some of your projects?
Some of them, yes.
Give us a report on who the engineering costs from the city and the outside consultants. I'd like to know the percentages of those projects.
I'll sit down and see if I can do something with that, yes.
I'd like to see that. If the city's charging them 25 and outside consultants are charging them 15 or the opposite, we should know that.
I'll track it.
Project 519132, booster station improvements, page 402.
I think the only note we probably need to make here, Teresa, is that I think this money is for 38th Street, and 38th Street has its own project number now due to American Rescue funding.
Yep, it does.
So what if we can borrow that money from water, or we can take the COVID money and put it somewhere else?
Well, you'll see this later too. We'll discuss that. But yes, down here it was noted that it was moved.
Okay.
We didn't actually finalize.
No, we didn't finalize.
Okay, well, you've got it over here like you did. That's
well, we don't
okay,
ever change that from the approved.
I got
last
you.
year.
Okay.
So there's really nothing on that one. But
okay.
Project 519164, annual water system improvements, page 411.
Well, before we get out of this, I want the page of what it's gonna take to improve all these areas so you can move water from south to north and north to south. So don't forget to show us that page.
Okay.
Project 519214, Water Facility Structural Preservation, page 415.
This is, every year we have our elevator inspections at the water treatment plant. The inspection company has come in for the last 2 years and stated that it's not in compliance. They said the only reason the state hasn't come in and done something is due to COVID, but that's coming. So we got an estimate from them. It was around $100,000 to get that elevator in compliance. That's what this is.
Okay.
Project 519252, Southbridge Water Improvement, page 420.
Right now, we've got 3 pumping units at Southbridge. One of those pumping units is on a variable frequency drive. The other 2 are solid state that do 5 million per day. What we'd like to do is take one of those solid state pumps and put a variable frequency drive on it so that we have more flexibility and we're not just relying on one high service pump at that plant.
Okay.
Project 519254, Annual Hydrant Rehabilitation, page 423.
You drive Riverside or Military Road lately?
Needs to be redone. That was supposed to be done last year, but they ran out of paint due to COVID and supply chain issues.
They're on
the list for next, yeah, they're still on. We're gonna pick up right where we left off. We're moving from the north side of town to the south side of town.
Well, the ones on Floyd Boulevard up by the old Sioux Tool are horrible too.
Some of them were painted during the previous, before we changed the paint specs that don't last as long. The new paint specs, I foresee getting 10 years out of them, if not longer. So, improving the process completely.
Project 519255, 38th Street Booster Station, page 424. This is the project that was moved from the Booster Station project. Yep.
Excellent.
Project 519262, Water Facility SCADA Upgrades, page 429.
In for 23.
We're just waiting on fiber on the riverfront, and we're gonna move all of them wells to fiber instead of radio.
Right.
Project 519263, Annual Undersized Water Main Replacement, page 430.
That's probably the list you're used to seeing with the other one.
Okay.
Project 519264, Pourbacks, page 432.
Current contracts have been fulfilled. We have rebid for the next, well, I'll say year. We didn't make it quite a year, but they've been rebid. The new contracts will be coming to council very soon. I think this has worked out very well. Engineering has done a very good job with working with the 2 contractors to get out there and get these holes filled in as quickly as possible. If there's any that you feel aren't, please let us know and we'll get them done.
You have quite a few to do, don't you? Each year?
I don't know how many are open to you. Okay.
I wouldn't know how many are open. I can get the list for you because we have a running list in my office. It's an email chain.
I don't think it's quite been a year. So we would probably, and we could give you an estimate. We wouldn't have that full number yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Project 519266, Water Plant High Service Pump, UFD Rehab, page 434.
The last time the high service pumps were rehabbed at the Zenith plant was in 2003. It's probably time to start phasing them in as we go here to get them rehabbed.
Okay.
Project 519268, outer drive pressure and storage, page 437.
We hired Black and Beach to do the study for that area for the new development. They're probably a week out from getting us a preliminary report. That report will be passed on to council to review.
American Rescue Plan funds as well, isn't it? Okay.
Project 539102, annual sanitary sewer improvements, page 438. Project 539127, emergency sanitary sewer, page 442. Project 539217, utility lining improvements, page 444.
What's taking those guys so long on Floyd Boulevard? My God, that's the slowest project I've ever seen in my life, and they don't work half the time, and
They were supposed to be using the buck machines to clean it up, and they're using their recycling vehicles instead. Engineering, Kevin's working on that one right now. We are having issues with them, so just be apprised. You'll probably get more information on that as we go.
Project 53, oh, did I do that one? Sorry. Moving on. Project 539227, bypass pumping equipment, page 446.
They just bid the first pump.
You'll be seeing it Monday night at council.
Project 549101, unplanned storm sewer, page 448.
Okay.
Project 549111, stormwater master plan, page 450.
What are we doing with that? What's that?
The combined sewer master plan, so storm and sanitary. We're working with the engineer. We've been having meetings pretty frequently. It's moving along pretty well.
Thank you.
Project 549133, annual storm sewer improvements, page 451.
Okay.
Project 549166, emergency storm sewer, page 457.
All right.
Project 549171, Floyd Park Golf Course Storm Sewer, page 430. This is also a American Rescue Plan funded project.
Which one are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped one. I apologize. I skipped down to the last one. I'll go back. Thank you. Project 549170, 41st Street Storm Sewer, page 458.
American Rescue Plan.
Yes. Yep, that's also American Rescue Plans.
Okay.
And then the last one was the 549171.
but you're doing that one right now.
I believe 41st and Floyd are both.
Yeah.
They're both going.
They're both in the process right now.
That cost us $400,000, or we could have got it used somewhere else because we didn't do it when you had that grant, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
I think we should take a lunch break.
12:15.
Oh,
Nice
12:50. Yeah, nice try.
So if we
Sorry.
can start through Public Works and take a
Let's,
break if it's here?
let's keep rolling.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor needs to get
Next up is Public
out of here by
Works,
6.
Dave Carney. The first project is Project 138002, Annual Streetlight Repair and Maintenance.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, how we doing? Good morning.
I'm sure glad I clarified my comment to you from the other day. Too many Joshes.
How many non-LED streetlights do we have? Any?
I think all of ours, I believe, are done. In America's done all there.
I think they're,
And some of the decorative ones may not still be LED, but we've.
Yeah, they're not all done, yeah. Do we see a decrease in our light bill because of that, or they get the same tariff as if it were a regular light?
no, they have seen a
They
decrease.
have decreased, but not as much as we had
Not,
hoped
yeah.
they would.
The rebate was great, but
Yeah, the rebate was good.
Okay. Next.
project,
Speaking of streetlights, we still have trouble with the purple.
I was just gonna ask that. Have
That's
those been
Mid-America.
identified?
Those are mostly Mid-American.
those are all
Yeah,
Mid-America.
they are.
For the Vikings, isn't it?
No, it's just a poor bulb, I believe.
It is?
You just have
Yeah,
the
the
wrong
defect.
bulb.
Ready to go?
Well, I
There's a
think that,
defect in the bulb.
I think that
Oh, my gosh.
The Mid-American has to replace them.
the bulb is bad, not so much that it's wrong.
Good luck they don't have any people, but.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
I just read that they were the wrong bulbs.
Oh, well, maybe you got different info. I thought it was they were bad, but
No.
either way, they gotta get them replaced.
Dave, are we doing okay by the skywalks, the streetlights near the skyways or skywalks?
As far as the ones you
that
talked
for
about
Mid-American
the other
to
day,
be-
we've turned them into Mid-American.
Thank you. All right, next.
They have one underground electric guy in Sioux City now.
Probably, is the,
Well, good
the
luck.
rate they work.
Wow, really?
When I was there, we had, back in the 70s, I realize things have changed, but up until recently, they had 3. Now they've got 1 guy left. Fine crews to go downtown and work. Unbelievable. Or bring
Project
somebody from out of town. to do-
139006, Annual Sign Signal Pavement Markings, page 262.
I'll be concerned about our pavement marking prices continuing to go up with paint prices.
Project 139007, Annual Intersection and Traffic Signal Improvements, page 264.
And what are you doing mostly traffic signal pedestrian upgrade at Floyd Boulevard and Outer Drive? Where's that at?
That's right there by the Outer Drive Bridge. The ramps weren't right, and they have to be redone, and there has to be a PED signal, that's operational for,
At that intersection?
yeah.
Who was the engineer on that?
There were some structures that were, I think it has to do with the development that's happened out there, that it's changed the grades out there. We tried to get the developer to do it, but they refused.
You can assess and charge back. You do know that, right? When it's
try.
not the city's fault, why should my tax dollars go to do that? I don't understand it.
When you didn't cause it.
When I didn't cause it. If a developer.
Well, there was no access to that corner at the time. So when they changed their grades up.
I understand that, but why did we approve that around, something's not right. They spent a lot of money putting that sidewalk in, I watched, and so now it's wrong and I get to take my tax dollars.
Well, there were structures of ours that made it impossible for them to get the right ramp landing in there.
So what do you gotta do, move the whole structure?
We got to change the grade on it, yes.
Poor planning is not.
Okay.
Project 139009, City Traffic Control System, page 266.
Okay.
Project 139019, Traffic Studies and Investigations, page 268. Project 173019, Outer Drive Floyd River Drainage, page 274.
Okay. Did that got moved to 24 and 25, or was it always there?
This is that big joke.
I think it got moved because we're at kind of a stall with the property acquisition.
But this is not for that little shopping center. This is.
No.
This is that great big flood control that
to try to
100
get
years
people
we
out of
haven't
the
seen water
floodplain.
there, but now we get to spend $4 million for nothing. Where a couple bypass pumps over the dike would help, but.
Project 539003, reconstruction of Bacon Creek Channel, page 276.
And FEMA's gonna give you that money for sure?
It was authorized by Congress, yeah. So that was about 6 months ago, I think we got that notification.
Okay.
Project 549002, South Bridge Drainage Ditch, page
Is that gonna
278.
level it, or what's that gonna do?
No, that's just to fix the sanitary sewer underneath it.
And I guarantee you that'll be about half what you need when you get into the project.
Oh, yeah, it's scary when we get into it. but
Yeah,
I mean,
right. You
That's
don't
the
know-
nice thing about FEMA, though, it's 75% of the cost.
Doesn't matter if it goes 18 million when you're done.
Oh, we're just working on percentages, not a cap by a dollar amount. That's excellent.
But
I
it's
just
gonna
wish
be-
they would fill it.
They have no
Yeah.
clue of what's under there, not their fault, they have no clue. That thing will never be brought in at $6 million. The guy that bids that should bid it to get it, because the change orders are gonna be unbelievable.
It's a scary thing. I mean, then even the 25 million in the out year is probably hard to touch that.
27.
The problem is there's no out year, because you're gonna get in there and find out those pipes are broken, and you don't get to say, well, we'll come back in a few years and fix them. Now you gotta fix them, that's the
Torn
problem.
up, right.
What year is
There
that?
actually
What
is,
year is
there
that
is
gonna happen?
there is money supposedly in the IIJA that to address issues like that. So when they come out with rules on that, we're gonna look into what the application process is for that. Specifically for projects that the federal government did abandon, left on the locals.
I know.
Now the locals can't afford to deal with them.
Project
Do you think there might
549.
be money available to level it then, or not?
Yeah, take
Not
care of it.
level it. You still gotta have that sewer main running
yeah.
through there, because it's all the sewer from the north side that runs into that lift station. You can't ever,
Fill it?
Level?
well, you might be able to abandon it, but you're gonna put a lot of dirt on a sewer line if that's the case, which I don't think they'll let you do.
Because you'd have to dig too deep to get to it.
Yep.
I bet you don't even know how deep that sewer line is under there, do you?
Yeah, Gordon does. I wanna say it's like 18, I think.
Yeah, below that,
Below the channel depth, yeah.
yeah, so you're 40-some feet if you start going.
Yeah. I just wish there was something we could do with that channel that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, you could probably put a huge pump and lift it up and shoot it down there, Dave, I don't know, he's the engineer.
Yeah, you could
Then
build
you
a pump
probably
station,
could
but
build the channel in, but it'd be a massive project, probably cheaper than what you're gonna run into.
Okay.
Project 549002, South Bridge Drainage Ditch, page 278. This project is also funded by the American Rescue Funds.
Okay.
And just so you guys know, because you're not gonna get a farmer to voluntarily sell you the land, so you're gonna finally have to do condemnation around it.
Right.
I'll tell you that, but.
Dave, there was quite a few property owners involved in this, right?
Yeah, it
There's
depends
several
on which
different
route. The one
options.
route
Depends on
has,
the route.
the one
Yeah,
route gets it down to a couple, but it's still, they're not gonna be willing sellers.
No.
Condemnation?
I'm just telling you that we're gonna see what you're made of. because
What's this world coming to? Next thing you know, we'll have paving assessments.
Then we'll really see what you're made of, because I know where you'll be on paving assessments.
Yeah,
I
no
hope there's
kidding.
2 others with me that'll at least vote yes.
No doubt.
Project
And we'll need- on some of them, we'll need all-
719-001,
we'll need
annual
4.
CBD infrastructure improvement, page 286.
You are not in that book, Profiles of Courage, I can tell you that, Doc.
You got a lamp for me?
I'll go get one made, get it back from Jim Wharton.
Where are we? I'm sorry.
Page 286.
Mayor's got my attention and, oh, 162,000. Okay.
Okay. Project 719015, reconstruction undermined pavement and drainage, page 288.
How many more area ways do we have? I hate to go.
I don't know off the top of my head. There's.
You don't have any in for this year anyway.
No, we haven't had anyone come in, so we pushed them out.
All right, sorry.
Hey, Dave, can we hop back to 286, page 287? With the historic 4th streetscape, what are those improvements?
That's where we're hoping to take the bricks out and put down the,
Got that, what Gordon
Wasn't
sent
it
me?
kind of like, I call it like a street paper. You lay it and you heat it, melts to the pavement, looks like brick.
It's a pretty cool process. There's a lot of cities that are really
Being
super
up
happy
north.
with the longevity of it. Yeah,
They
don't have to worry about heaving and
They're
cracking.
thin enough to stay that they don't get ripped up by the plows. We can't keep the bricks down.
I know, man.
But that does not include, we're not trying it out with the star or anything
No,
yet,
star
right?
still holds, but I would assume that when the star gives, that's probably what we'll go to.
Replace it.
If these crosswalks work, assuming.
So what are you gonna do, like my sidewalk out in Morningside with colored concrete?
No, we're gonna, I believe we're gonna use the asphalt one, so we'll fill in where the brick was with asphalt. This just rolls out on top of it. They melt it and it adheres to the asphalt and it looks just like brick.
Kinda like a shrink wrap for lack of a
you could get anything you want. You could have the city logo design, and they have it for both concrete and asphalt, and it adheres to the surface. And
Can you send that out?
yeah,
And then the other question I have is then where are you doing that, or which intersections?
I think we're starting at 4th and Court is the one that's got where the star is. This is the one where we've had the failing crosswalks.
The one that I think is horrible too is right from Carlson's new building right there on by Riviera.
Oh, that's just. But we're doing starting with the brick ones, not the colored concrete ones. That's colored concrete, I believe, isn't it?
Where the bricks have heaved and they're patched it in
Because
with asphalt.
we've tried twice with the brick.
I don't know. The one at Riviera is patched all the heck. I mean, it's just a lot of asphalt, and it looks horrible. So I just didn't know.
Yeah, I believe that's colored concrete, and the colored concrete doesn't hold up very well.
No, but you've sold that program to Mr. Stinsland.
I
To all
was
of
gonna
us
say,
in Morningside. We pay 25% more, and it doesn't hold up worth a crap.
Don't say I sold that.
I want Gordon to plan for all of those to be.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking of the Riviera one. If there was some continuity or.
It'd be nice to see how we can repurpose that. I mean, we talk a lot about signage for downtown or updating signage throughout the city.
The bricks, you mean?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see how we could incorporate
Glad
something.
you said that, Matthew. Because once upon a time, we had a wall we all paid a lot of money for to put bricks on. Thank you for bringing that up. But we can't ever get them out of any storage unit and do any one darn thing with them, even though when I signed the contracts for 5 of them or 6 of them, I was told this would be forever, like the flags at Floyd Cemetery. When you buy one, it's supposed to be maintained forever. So ask Mr. Carney when he's going to finally honor his contract.
Is that?
I don't think that was my.
It doesn't get worse.
Where are these bricks?
It has them down to state steel.
Oh,
What's your name on it?
Behind the fence?
No, my kids and my grandma were all on it. Yeah, behind the fence. Yes.
Well, that would be.
Well, let's get an art project going
Very
for
nice.
them for some beautification, or let's
Good
do a
luck.
Welcome Sioux City sign out of them.
We got a long history of brick in this city.
Let's repurpose those for our name plates. Bring
You know
those
where-
bricks back.
You know where you could do a design? I don't know if, well, no, it'd be private land, was behind the promenade or right where Mardo, there's that little green area.
Mm-hmm, there is.
Dave, you peaked.
Because Mardo isn't gonna use that.
Let's get with Downtown Partners, Alex, and let's see what we can do with them.
You piqued my interest. You said you could put the city logo on those, you could have a design? That'd be pretty cool.
I can. I just show you what they have in their pamphlet, but
Will ya?
they have any type of design you want.
Just, if you can send that memo, I'd like to see it too.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to the
Put a
web.
picture? A photo?
Hmm?
Put a
Oh,
photo?
you want yours?
It's a whole, it's a bunch of online brochures. and
No, I don't want to do it alone.
I would
All
assume.
5 of us. I tried to get all 5 of us on one of the water towers.
We're gonna take a drive down 4th Street and see Dan's face on every single one of those.
Yeah, I think it's only flat surfaces, so I
Yeah.
don't think you can put it up on a wall or something. Vertical.
Project 719025, rail crossing improvement, Leeds and Riverside, page 284, or excuse me, 294.
294. 294. Let's keep moving. I'm getting hungry.
So was Alec.
I know I overheard him say it, that's why
I was
I
gonna
said
say,
it.
I had to get a snack.
294. Rail crossing improvements, Leeds and Riverside. What do you think, Dave?
This is one I'll be honest with you, I have to get you, any questions I'll have to get with Brittany about. I don't really have the background on this project.
Well, and it just transferred over to Brittany, right?
Yep.
Jill's helping her out, so.
Yeah.
At least you're not putting the railroad's actually gonna spend any money to do this like they used to, so. Thank you very much, Warren Buffett.
Project 719071, 18th Street Viaduct,
Bringing his name up.
page 298.
Big liberal unless it's his money, but anyway.
Okay.
Project 719121, annual resurfacing panel patch, curb gutter, page 309.
You still got that Hooven, what is this 800,000 for? I know Dan wants to blow right by it, but I don't.
That's the design Hooven.
For everything in that valley.
Designed from 11th where it ends all the way up to 28th Street.
Went to 28th. Okay. That's what you've been wanting for a few years.
You're gonna do it right.
No,
We got a history, like you build a big water treatment plant, then you can use it at 25% capacity, because you don't have, I mean, who in the hell dreams this stuff up around here? And we never address it.
Circle back on that, talking about getting the water.
Yeah, circle
wanna
back
wrap
to
up?
that before we're done, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to know what it costs to
Right.
make the major improvements before we, and they're changing a pump out and everything else. Maybe you
That was
wouldn't have to, if you could actually
built.
use it more.
Right.
That was in Southbridge, correct?
Yeah.
okay.
Project 719133, annual infrastructure reconstruction, page 315.
Welcome, Gordon.
Morning.
Sorry about that. You guys are way ahead. I owe Sarah lunch. We wouldn't be this far ahead.
She just wants the cash.
She just wants cash.
Whereas
Yeah.
your main ones in 2023 is Stone Park. That's the one we're doing right now. They got bid.
We just got bid out, yes.
And what did the bids come in at?
Approximately, it was just short of 4 million, and it was about 1.5% over engineer's estimate. That's not publicly knowledge, sorry.
But the other bid was $1 million more.
Million more. Yeah.
I don't think that contractor was real serious. I think it was one of those, I'm gonna put a bid in and
Hope for the best.
I did. If no one else bids on it,
Bid in for the other contract? Make sure we had two?
Yeah, that's quite possible. South Ruston got bumped on the bidding list. It's still going this year. Bumped on the bidding list, I mean, through the DOT.
process, it was their fault.
Right, and once that comes through, then we're going to bid out West 8th to make sure that we have the funds or not. It does appear that West 8th will get bumped to 24, and Perry Lane in 24, which is under design, has something like 25 easements and both permanent and temporary. That will probably delay that design to 25.
Perry Lane, Perry Way or Perry Lane?
Lane.
Lane.
Okay.
Did I say?
Real narrow street off of Dearborn, isn't it?
Yes, it's got two sanitary lines. One runs behind, or actually three. One runs behind people's homes.
Side yards.
It's a mess, and it's a very, very tight right of way.
Okay.
Project 719138, annual bridge repairs, page 318.
In this CIP, we are replacing West Kings Highway Bridge. It's under design. It's 100% done. We're waiting on easements for that one. And then, of course, there will be some maintenance repairs. That'll be bid out.
Okay?
Page 719206, bridge deck restoration, page 320.
Dace Bridge redecking will be done on bid on 3/15, March 15th. That's, the estimate is $2.3 million.
Ace, did you say?
That?
That's 23's year though, right? Or 22's year.
It's 22.
We're looking
It's
at
22 years, is getting carried over, yes.
And then-
West 6th Street, Floyd, and 11th Street and Floyd are both being designed at the same time.
Okay?
Project 719283, Riverside Boulevard resurfacing, page 330.
What the heck is that?
Page was that?
330.
They already did that project. This just to fund it?
Yeah,
It was
just
underfunded.
funding. It's a 3-year funding payback.
330,
330.
Riverside Boulevard.
Did I miss page 327? Did we just?
We're not doing 327.
It wasn't in one of the first years, so we don't do those unless you ask, but we can go back to it.
That was until
Go to 327. I just wanted, and I bring this up far too often, but it was about the active transportation. It just blows my mind as far as the installation of these bike lanes that I don't understand how we can have in the write-up, and I'm not saying it's your fault, man. I'm just bringing it to the rest of council that I don't understand how we can have in the sentence that the plan shows that Sioux City has one of the highest relative fatality rates in Iowa caused by vehicle and pedestrian bicycle accidents, but yet we don't do anything about it. Like all these other communities have designated bike lanes and are implementing them and having them all over. We have one of the highest rates of fatality, and we're pushing it to 2025. When all these other communities across Iowa have bike lanes and Sioux City, well, I mean, eventually we'll get to it.
Funding.
Yeah.
We are incorporating bike lanes on our reconstructions through Morningside.
Yeah.
Got Ruston, Leach, Ruston.
You know, we're also on our reconstructions, we're reevaluating our line painting. If the streets don't require line painting, we have lots of streets that don't require line painting that we've painted lines, and so we're reevaluating those when we reconstruct them, about not putting them back in, so we can, because bike lanes will cost you about $9,000 a year per mile.
2 to 3
Annual.
years, 2 to 3 years ago.
Because you got to paint them.
Well, 2 to 3 years ago, I asked for a plan. Are they putting together a plan for bike lanes?
There's the Simcoe
They still
actually Simcoe is doing a study on bike lanes.
Well, no, and they
Still
just
haven't-
presented. I mean, that presentation laid out where we would put them and what.
Well, that was for the downtown, wasn't it, or was that done the?
Yeah, that was downtown.
They have
Yeah,
a full,
mostly downtown.
They have a full city bike lane one too, that's going on.
Yeah, I'd like to see the plans on that. That's what I've been.
It's not, yeah, their study isn't completed yet.
You tell me.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Henry
saying.
Clinton.
Is I just don't get it. I mean, I know that it costs money, but Sioux City just is missing the buck on.
No, to do the plans though. We don't even have the plans.
I think we have some, don't we? I mean, I
don't
remember
have
them
a
talking.
We don't
about
have an
the
overall
actual
bike plan, that's right.
I'm talking about an overall master plan for the council to see, so we could then establish our priorities of where they're gonna be, because if it's 9,000
per mile,
and you say it's a funding issue, we need to know what the master plan is, and I've asked for that, so that we can then have our priorities of where they should go, instead of just hit and miss. And I appreciate the hit and miss, it's better than nothing, but it's not planned. I mean, it's, where do you put them? And I don't know who's putting together the plan, but I remember asking for it.
like I said, Simcoe's got a regional plan that they're working on.
We need to get that, Alex.
I thought I've seen some of that, but because talking about Jackson Street and some of the other streets that have went in recently where they wanted to have them included, I thought we saw some of that.
But the plan will also tell you, do you put it north of 36th Street on Hamilton Boulevard? Do you want a bike lane on Hamilton Boulevard? going north. Is that safe? Are you gonna have more fatalities? Are you gonna, do you
Well,
have, do you have, do you have
God
the
forbid
wit-
we'd actually take those bushes down for the country club and put a bike trail there like the rest of the world does, instead of having to take a lane out of the street, but I know you're a member there,
We're
so.
gonna need a center.
We have bike trails out at Whispering Creek because we like them.
And I think to that point too, if we had a plan, then when we're, taking a look at streets that possibly we don't need, we know where that need is, and that can become a part of the discussion. But I think that would be probably a pretty first step.
I just had them.
I think that's something we should
And
definitely
I know in our
follow up
discussions with them, we've talked about not, they were throwing out streets, I think, so I'm trying to think of what up by Briar Cliff. That street doesn't even have the volume to require painting. Why would we paint bike lanes on a street that doesn't require to be painted in the first place?
Yeah.
So there's gotta be some rhyme and reason to it.
Yeah. You have to prioritize. I get that.
Yeah.
Well, and we, with the trails that have gone in, it'd be really nice to have some city infrastructure, some city bike lanes that loop up with those trails, so that you're able to get from a neighborhood to a neighborhood, utilizing what we've paid for to put in already, right?
Well, and
that's a good
especially,
point.
and that's what I like. That's what I liked about the downtown one that was the presentation. Is you're trying to connect to the riverfront, trying to connect to Perry Creek Trail and otherwise. I mean, the one I've talked about for a long time was the Morningside Ave one. Of connecting then to transit and going down that to connect to the trail with sidewalk that connects eventually along transit and then goes down by the expo and then connects to the riverfront. And I mean, that one makes perfect sense to me, and we just haven't. I just think there's some low-hanging fruit there, and if we want to make sure we have the master plan all set up, I understand your hesitation is funding, and that's fine. You should be paying attention to that because you want to make sure we fix our roads before we just put in bike lane painting. I get that. I get your angle. I'm just saying I see other communities advancing, and when we have this high of a fatality rate, I don't know.
I gotta look where that stat came from, I'll be honest with you. That's probably language that's been passed through since before.
What about
Well, no, it
Fairmont
came out a
Street?
few years ago.
Did you do a complete street when you rebuilt Fairmont?
Vermont, we looked into it, that was looked into.
And you what?
It was looked into.
I understand that, but you didn't do it.
There's not enough room there to put in a bike.
Okay, did you put fiber in the streets?
Yes.
Good. You got one out of about 20 that bid the right way.
Got it.
These all got fiber in them?
Oh, yeah, the ones that are under design or being constructed this year, yes.
Conduit, not fiber, actually.
Well, yes, just the conduit.
Conduit, I don't care for future, it doesn't cost anything to put the conduit in. Which reminds me, I went to Julie's place for lunch the other day, and this one always bothers me and it never gets fixed. Between her place and D&W Tire, there is a box that sticks that far above.
That's the same
pipe.
one?
It is tiny.
It is.
Get rid
Well,
of it.
here's there is a little story on that one. A couple of months ago, the trash truck caved in the one that we had that was level. And so we had a cone in it because it had a hole in the top of it. And then they located whoever is in charge of that and they put a new lid on it, but it has not been adjusted down. But it did have a hole. It's got a new lid, but
I don't
it's
think we're
still
on
up.
the same one, because this one's
We are.
beat up from snow plows and everything.
Yep, it's still up. They put that on there in the interim. So yes, it does need to be leveled out yet. But for a while, it had a hole this big that you could walk right through it.
Reagan just texted that bike lane presentation will be on the 7th of February.
Okay.
From Simcoe.
Thanks, Reagan.
No doubt, thanks.
That's citywide?
I believe so. She just said
Ask her
it's the
if it's
Simcoe
citywide.
study.
I'm on Simcoe's.
John are like man of the year.
Yeah.
Project 719283, Riverside Boulevard resurfacing, page 330.
Get it.
330,
What do you
right.
do? What was the page number? I'm sorry.
330.
I just want to say one more thing, though. Safety of where you put the bike lanes has got to be a priority. You were talking about a number of streets, and I'm thinking, but we got to, like putting it out on Hamilton. Would you ride a bike out on Hamilton?
No.
No, but you're gonna redo West 8th Street, and rather than push it over on West 7th, it's too busy. That's where the bike lane should go when you do West 8th Street. Because there's a trail right across the street that goes to Heelan. So if you're serious about putting one in the neighborhood, West 8th Street, that doesn't have a lot of parking on the street, that's the place when you're redoing it to at least look at it. Keep the bikes off West 7th Street, move them to West 8th Street.
You made just another good argument to have a master plan. They'll tell you that.
Well, you know, my friend Alex and I are on.
Project 719328, Highway
Kinda scary
75,
when we agree on
IDOT
you
resurfacing,
what.
page 338.
Our powers combined.
338.
Yes.
You're probably getting weak with no lunch, aren't you? Go ahead and eat that cookie there, Dan.
We get what?
Go ahead and eat the cookie. I don't want you getting weak.
This is the DOT's resurfacing
I don't want the
75.
pizza to get cold.
We're replacing a water main
Here you go.
in Leach, or in
Oh.
75 south of Leach, because it is very old and it keeps breaking. So we're going to replace the whole thing. And to do that, we had to actually relocate a fiber conduit.
That should be about the end of that water line, because we replaced everything above.
Yeah, that is correct.
That's good news.
Okay.
Project 719361, Woodbury County LEC infrastructure, page 342.
So how much we got in this project when we're done?
It's just 2.8 plus.
That's a whole lot more than what we said we were gonna have.
What did we agree to on that? Was it, how much did we agree to on the?
Like $1.8 million.
That was $1.9 million.
They did purchase land from us, the $900,000 went into the miscellaneous land sale to purchase land.
That was 1.9 plus on the purchase.
Yep. So with the $900,000 that they'll pay us,
They're gonna give us back.
yep,
When are they doing that?
gotten it.
Huh?
We have it. It's not in this project because it's free and clear funds that we've put into a miscellaneous land sale, so it's available for us to purchase property.
Or land with.
That's not, maybe within the city limits or not available in a TIF area.
All right, but we're not,
Don't we have three?
not gonna go in your big dark hole and I never see it again, right?
No, Marty is, he's aware, and we did just purchase some land down in Southbridge with these funds, but it is funds that are not within the city limits. It's difficult for us to purchase land. We
I get it.
can't find a
In
vehicle.
favor of reinvesting these monies and monies like it, not in
Yes.
big dark hole into more land.
Yes, there is a project called miscellaneous land sale that we're currently recycling those funds.
Yeah,
We now call the dark cold miscellaneous.
no.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just quoting the mayor, quoting the mayor. But yeah, I agree.
Cause it went in there and Donna could never remember where she put it.
No, we're working closely with Marty's group for land
Yeah, well,
acquisition.
work closely with the council and give us a number of what you got in that big dark hole so we know.
We can provide that to you.
Thank you.
Are we still over though with the 3.1? Minus the 900? Doesn't-
Some of that you get reimbursed by Mid-America though, 300,000 if you look.
Right. So they're at 1.95, which is what I believe we thought we would be at. You'll get $300,000 back from Mid-American, and then our 900 they've given us, so you're at 1.95.
Yeah, so we're all right on.
Yep.
Is that what we agreed to though?
Yeah, $1.8 million 8 or 9.
1.9?
Yes.
Rocky forgets that.
Project 719367, Gordon Drive, oh, we just talked about that, right? Oh, I announced it already, sorry. Gordon Drive IDOT resurfacing, page 344. We already talked about that.
When's this gonna start?
That's what I would.
That's the summer.
Huh?
This summer?
How far up are they going? From where to where?
They're going from the end of the viaduct to the city limits.
I was gonna say.
And why would they go to the end of the viaduct other than, guess we'd just throw the money away, but okay.
Oh, because they're gonna be doing that other project.
Yep.
Probably because it's not
Yeah.
5 years out.
Project 728012, annual parking ramp repairs, page 346.
Okay.
Project 758201, Skywalk Rehabilitation, page 348.
I want to go back 347. What are you doing at the United Parking Center parking ramp that nobody can use other than?
We own it.
Huh?
We own it, and it's got structural issues, and
The roof needs to be resealed.
Another great project.
Project 759005, Annual Sidewalk Program, page 350.
Okay.
Project 759108, Sidewalk Infill Program, page 351. Project 759114, Annual Sidewalk Ramp Program, page 352.
For that, do we know where we are? We talked before about being on the audit list. For them looking at, you
nope,
don't know
they'll
if
just
we're
show
up
up
next.
someday.
Prize visit.
For that shoot.
Project 879006, GIS Enhancement, page 354.
Once they keep reeling you in on that.
That concludes our Public Works portion. We will break for lunch.
Have a good GIS. What do you?
Thank you, David.
Are we in good shape with that? The mapping and stuff?
I would say we're better than average.
Really?
Always room for improvement.
I mean, it's
Someone complained to me about it way early on.
it's not design quality, and I would never look that our GIS would be design quality.
Matter of labor.
For reference?
What's
Matter-
that? Yeah, it's reference.
Reference?
Yep.
Matter of labor, getting all the information into it rechecked.
Just that it wasn't high quality, that it was tough to read. And I wasn't super familiar, so I just.
Well, I think Nick brought it a long way. I think, unfortunately, when it got started, the person was put in charge that really wasn't a GIS person, but he did the best he could.
You want 25,000 for your finance for the, why do we even have, I mean, you do that every year. Has anybody got a problem with that?
That's what I was thinking.
You just want to keep going and finish it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's nothing.
I just want to make
Okay.
sure we covered it.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you.
Project
Sarah,
85,
you got your check.
Yeah, he told me he owed me lunch.
Uh-huh.
we're moving on to finance.
Someplace nice too, Gordon. Don't, not like
Come on,
Subway.
buddy.
Teresa Fitch, Project 859025, Annual Technology Improvements, page 166.
Sounds good. Next.
Okay. Next project, non-departmental, Bob Padmore. Project 859046, Internet Service Provider Utility, page 192.
Yes, we have contracted with a consulting firm called FG Better Networks. We're in the stages of finalizing their analysis of our city's fiber. And I'll have a council memo and a copy of their report. Just some general observations in advance. They are not recommending that we enter into to creating our own utility. They
You told them that.
in a review of all the identified 20 businesses for them to contact, and then they contacted others. They said in a review that in general the existing ISP providers were doing a good job and sufficient. Subsequent to that, we've received an announcement that another firm is coming to Sioux City with the goal of providing fiber to each and every home in Sioux City. I'll provide more information about that later as it becomes more concrete. Other things, though, they do think there's an ability to market some of our fiber, likely to existing ISP providers so that they don't have to invest in infrastructure. So, like I said, I'll have a council memo in the next couple weeks, and I'll provide each of you with a copy of that.
I'm glad that's being considered, because
Yes.
any of you have had the opportunity to see the updated map of where we have fiber?
We have that now,
It is
finally.
Like, we have the infrastructure in place. Find somebody that wants to invest in it. I mean, that's a selling point right there.
Thank you, Matthew, for being on the cutting edge of that stuff. We've only been talking about it for 8 or 9 years, so appreciate somebody else prodding around here.
Another one.
Thanks, Mr. Padmore. You've done a really, really good job for
Thank
us.
you.
Yeah, I think we'll break for lunch now, or we're done, I guess,
Let's
for
just
the day.
finish.
Is that it? I mean,
Yeah.
Why don't we move?
can adjourn.
Oh, we can't technically
no, you-
adjourn because you're going in that room, so you can't
Yeah,
technically.
Yeah.
okay.
We'll
We'll
come
break for
back.
lunch and come back and adjourn, and,
We'll come back and adjourn. What was your overflow here? We don't have any of that, do we?
No,
no, that's just
unless
if
you
we,
want to talk to them.
No. We took care of the art center.
Did you get a handwritten invitation to that on like purple ink?
No,
Wanted to
no,
make sure you
no.
put a
Yeah,
autograph.
I just had my coffee lit on it.